Hello one and all. This is Extreme Review 101 speaking. I'm just going to remind people that there are three things to consider when it comes to this live stream. Number one, I know that the anniversary for Namco Museum Volume 1 has already passed in other regions around the world, including Japan, Philippines, China, Australia, New Zealand, etc. So just consider this as a post-30th anniversary of Namco Museum Volume 1, but for the Japanese version. Number two, welcome to the first ever live stream regarding Extreme Review 101's Namco Museum 30th anniversary. I do hope you enjoyed it as much as I do, and this has been a long time coming. For many years, I used to stream on Supervised Driver and pretty much Supervised Driver only, but over time as I realized 13 years later that I should actually use the account Extreme Review 101 because, it hasn't been used in over 7-8 years ever since I last uploaded videos on there back in 2017. I did have unboxing videos back in the day, but because they revealed my actual home address on there, unfortunately, it's pretty much been leaked. People know where I live. People know the phone number, my full name. So at that point, pretty much YouTube and anybody who saw it at that time pretty much knows who I truly am and where I truly live. So unfortunately, that was a mistake on my part so much that I decided to private those videos, even though they were public for years now. Third thing, most importantly, I do hope you enjoy the stream as much as I do, but I am still in the process of setting up, making sure that before I show you the stream, that the game is working properly, that I get my dinner cooked in. So I just want you to kind of play some of the music for Namco Museum Volume 1, which I actually made it as an album, or pretty much as a fully length soundtrack, which I actually did on the Extreme Review 101 soundtrack. If you ever like to... Sorry, not soundtrack. Extreme Review 101 channel, I actually did post each of the soundtracks for Namco Museum Volume 1 through 5. The one I couldn't really do much was Encore, which I borrowed it from another user. But regardless, if you ever do like to check out the soundtrack of pretty much almost every single audio track you could think of from each of the Japanese soundtracks of the game, feel free to check them out. Anyway, with that regards, I will be playing some Namco Museum Volume 1 Japanese music soundtrack for the time being. So hang tight, we will get right into the game once we make sure that we get going. And of course, hopefully you enjoyed the live stream as much as I do. And by the time I get all this set up, including the game on the actual console, even though that I will explain a little bit more of what it actually is, what I'm actually doing, you'll understand how this will all come together. So I hope that you enjoy the live stream as much as I do. And for the time being, please enjoy the soundtrack from Namco Museum Volume 1. And as always, hope you stick around. I'm Extreme Review 101, also known as Supervised Driver, and Matthew John. Please enjoy the live stream of Namco Museum's 30th anniversary from Volume 1 in Japan, released on November 22nd, 1995. Thank you for listening, and hope you enjoyed the live stream, but for the time being, please just stand by while it gets set up. Thank you very much for listening, and enjoy the stream. Hi there. Long time no see, everybody. It's been a while since I've done a stream on Super Fast Driver, but the first one on Extreme Review 101. So, oh wait, is this too close? I don't think so. It kind of feels like as if it's very close from your perspective, but I will zoom out just in case. Okay, that's much better. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Namco Museum's 30th. What do I have a screw here? Get that out of here. Welcome, everyone, to Namco Museum's 30th anniversary of the Namco Museum Volume 1 PlayStation 1 game that was released in Japan nearly 30 years ago on November 22nd, 1995. I almost said 2025 for gosh sakes, but yes, November 22nd, 2025 is the 30th anniversary of when the first volume of Namco Museum first launched back in 1955. Surprisingly, it happened nearly 2 weeks before I was born, apparently, but there's that to consider. So, I was actually sitting here, getting my console to actually work, and originally I was supposed to get a Japanese PlayStation 1 console from Japan, but because I just didn't have enough money, and considering it was $100, I mean, that's a lot to buy for a old console, mind you, let alone a Japanese console from Japan all the way to here in America, or the United States if you like to call that too. I figured that I would decide to do a Namco Museum Volume 1 game via the use of the PlayStation 1 console that my older siblings have had for quite some time. Oh yeah, let me make sure that my live stream is paused, so this way it doesn't run out my resources and go from there. Alright, I can minimize a lot of this stuff out of the way. Now, I will have chat open for the time being. I will have chat open for the time being, so if you'd like to conversate while I get the Namco Museum Volume 1 set up, you're more than free to. But, I do have to make sure that everything's all set up ready to go. So you'll kind of at least see me test out a little bit of a little trick that I actually learned from somebody back in 2020, 2021. And because of this, I actually haven't used it in quite some time. So, I actually have, years back, I actually bought this Namco Museum Volume 1 disc back in 2018. And ever since then, the reason why I bought this one was because, well, it was just used so as I have an American copy of this console game itself. So, it actually has, yes, this is the one that I'm actually going to use to actually try this trick out. But this is actually the game that we're going to be playing, but it's not the English version. Rather, it is the worn down old copy of the Japanese version of Namco Museum's Classic Collection Edition. Now, the reason why you're probably seeing so many spots on these is because, well, that's what you get when it's hot and moist down here in the basement. So, this has seen better days. But, the nice thing about this is that even though this looks kind of crappy on the outside, this is actually the front side of the cover. So, what you saw here was actually the back. This is actually the front. So it's actually a really neat little box. I actually got this from a US seller 4 or 5 years ago, back in 2020, 2021, and I had to pay over $100 just to get this one because I told my sister, I said, older sister, mind you, that I actually wanted to get this for a long time. But when I tried getting this from one of the first sellers, I ended up getting just only Namco Museum Volume 2 of this classic collection, and the photos that the seller originally had on there 6 years ago pretty much gave me the wrong copy, so I told my older sister to send it back. I waited about 3 years later after 2018, and that's when I got this guy. Now, I actually did test this on the US console, and to my surprise, when I actually used the trick that I will show on the screen, I actually was able to get Namco Museum Volume 1 through 5 to work on an American console. Though, it's usually better to get the actual Japanese console, but unfortunately, as I mentioned before, since I didn't have that console in time for this anniversary, I will make sure to get it for number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, and especially Encore. Now, again, Encore is probably not going to be happening until 1997, which would be 2027, so hopefully by then I'll be able to have it, and in a higher quality. So, the way I actually have this hooked up is that I actually have... Sorry, I thought I saw flickering on the screen. The thing I actually do have is... There's a reason why I don't do live streams, because of the way I speak. But as I'm going to explain, I actually am going to use a different controller that I've had since 2021. And I have this DualShock 5? No, I'm sorry. DualSense controller. I usually call this DualShock 5 because why not? And I will use this DualSense controller as my DualShock 1 controller. So even though it usually has the share and I guess folder buttons, even though it has these two odd buttons that I have on here that I don't know what these do for the PlayStation 5, I'm sure somebody knows out there, I actually use these as more select and start. And by the way, this PlayStation button that you see right here in the middle actually acts as the analog button. So on older games like the PlayStation 1 and number 2, they actually act as an analog button. So you could just push the button once to turn it on, and then push it once to turn it off, which was a really neat feature at that time. So I'll be using this guy. And then for the exploit, which is basically a very simple exploit, it's basically just using an American copy of this game like this one with a Japanese copy of this one. So I do want to show you how this is actually going to work. So if I can get this right. The screw. I think I'm probably going to have to add a screw to here. Hang on for a second. Gonna have to add the screw to this little magnet. Let's see, is that good? Oh, there we go. I found a way to do it. No, that's gonna just bend the cable. Okay, well that doesn't work. You excuse me, I just gotta figure out the right tool for this. Again, I never really prepare for these streams, so you could just imagine how much time it takes for me just to get these done right. There we go. And that one still is too... let me take it off. Oh, wait. There we go. I want to make sure I get the plastic cover. There we go. Get that on. God, it's very sensitive when it comes to like certain tools. Let's see, what about this one? There we go. Nope. Let's see. Didn't I have a tool that I used before? Because the other ones are a little bit small. Oh, you know what? Hang on. I got these. Here we go. Oh, I see. This is how this connects. Okay, cool. Sorry for the hold up, people. I'm just trying to figure out which one to connect and go from there. Let's see, this should work, right? Let's see how this works. Most of the tools tend to be too long. Hang on, people. Let me be right back. Gotta get a really gosh darn good screwdriver. Alrighty, here we go. Let's see. I'm gonna hook these up over here. Nope, that's too big. Nope, that's too big. I'm gonna do it. Doesn't stay in place though. Nope, too big. Nope, too big. Nope, too big. Nope, too big. Man, all these are too big. Sorry guys, I'm trying my best to see which one would actually fit. Oh. I think there's something in here that I could probably use. Nope. Don't want my clock to fall. Let's see. Put this back in here. Perfect. Put this back in here. Perfect. There we go, perfect. Alright. Make sure that it's not plugging away at this. Okay. So basically what I did is that I'm using one of my tools as a way to hold the plate in position. So this way that I could use an American copy like this with a Japanese copy, which I actually should show how this all works. So you basically get this front cover, right? Well, when I slide it out, there you go. Now it's like a little binder. There's Namco on the back, and here's your game chronicles. Now, how this opens up, now I gotta figure out how that opens. Yep, so basically, this is the front, and then I open it, like so. Now, I don't want to open it too wide, but you could just see this is what it looks like on the inside, with Pac-Man on this side, and the Ghost on this side. So now, when I open this up, oh, apparently the game covers actually all fell out. There you go. But if I take these guys and put it over here, boop, boop, and then I'll show you what it looks like all together. And move this over to here, so this way you can still hear me. Here you go. This is the Namco Museum Classic Collection Chronicles. So you got at the top left up here, you got the first volume here. Oh gosh, can't even see. You got the first volume here. You got the second volume here. You got the third volume here. Then you got the fourth volume here. And then pretty much moving on, I'm closing that off. You got the fifth volume here. And the last one is Encore. Then put these all together. And this one is just a fake memory card. But if you were to buy this console at that time in 1997, along with the PlayStation 1, you would basically get a free memory card right here. Which, upon looking at this memory card, it's actually, it unfortunately doesn't fit. So, I don't know why. Oh, 15 blocks cyber gadget? Yeah. This thing, for some reason, this little purple thing here, I can't seem to fit into the console. And I have no idea why. I guess probably because this is more the Japanese one, so it probably doesn't fit a American console, to say the least. Because if I pull one out from my console, oh my gosh, these are a tight grip. Oh no, they still fit. I guess I'll probably put it in there. Let me go make sure I close this binder up. Yeah, you heard that? You heard those two games falling out? This is why you gotta make sure that you absolutely have to make sure that letter M and letter O, letter M and copyright symbol do not fall out. Oh, there we go. Oh. There we go. I was putting this upside down. Oh, that's why. Okay. Oh, I see the arrow. There's a little tiny arrow up here. Yep, you see that? That's a little tiny arrow that I didn't realize. I probably put this, like, this way, not this way. I'm so stupid sometimes. Okay, so it does work. Nice. Yay. Alright. So, how this is going to work is that I'm going to use this little guy right here, and I'm going to try my best not to break the case, because if I break the shell on the NTSC console for 9001, I don't think it really matters, because you got to remember, this console, the PlayStation 1 console we've had, is about 25 years old. Yeah, it's about 25, 24 years old. I'm sorry, 25, 26 years old. It's pretty old, and the 9001 series came out in 1999, so there's that to consider. But I'm going to use this little guy right here that I have here, and I'm going to have this little pointer down here press down on the actual button that basically tests the disc to make sure that it spins. So, I've already tested out the console itself, so now what I'm going to do is that I'm actually going to fade over. Let me make sure that it fades. 1000, there we go. So now I'm going to fade over to this one right here. Oh, what the heck? Oh. You're probably hearing the pulsating. Okay, well, what I will actually do is that I will kind of mute this so this way that it doesn't interfere. And make sure that it's all set up, ready to go. Oh yeah, I hear the rumbling. Nice. Now if I want to really hear it, I basically go into my sounds, go into my recording device, and then go into my HDMI. And then do it that way if I wanted to. So I could actually turn this off. Now I will turn this on. There you go. I hear the electrical interference. That's perfect. So I'm going to take this little guy right here. And then I'm going to use this US copy of Namco Museum Volume 1. And what we're going to be using today from this case that I'm going to open up. Encore Museum, letter M, you always fall out. Oh. Now, for those who want to know, in terms of Encore right here, this front cover right here, this is actually the manual. But the thing is, though, is that the back part of this had a little sticker that said, only sell this in Japan. And I absolutely hated it so much that I printed out little pieces of paper copies of this little thing so I could replace the original Japanese sticker on it with the one that doesn't have the sticker. But the problem was is that this little thing was actually connected to inside the CD case right here. So this black part just so happens to connect to this one. So when I ripped a hole in the back part here, it also ripped a hole on this side too. So I had to take this piece and this piece, and I had to take it out and put them on separate copies. So this way that both of them can easily, work at the same time. And now this thing is falling apart. Oh, I want to do that. But, oh, don't want to scratch the disc. There we go. But I will say, when I actually got this case, which I'll show you. When I actually got these ones, they were all brand new. So this entire case, oh wait, you can't see. Oh, you could probably, hang on, let me go back to the screen. Hang on. There we go. So, as you could tell, when I got this whole set, it actually came brand new, including the Encore copy I'm holding. So all these discs that I got are brand new. I've had these for about 4 years, but I've kept them in this entire case. And you can see this little expert in Japanese, basically just saying basically like an author's note of how much the Namco company has thanked them for playing this game. And yes, down here, that's the memory card that you would go in. I just didn't realize that it actually fits, because I thought that the memory card that was included in this case didn't fit. But it turns out it actually does, which is really nice. So, what I'm going to do first is that I'm actually going to boot the console up, and I'll switch to this other scene, and you will absolutely hear it too. So it's at 0%, perfect. Let me make sure I get this all set up. Extend that. And shorten this. Pull this down. Extend this. And now, I'm going to turn it on, and I'm probably going to try to see if I can format the other card. But if I can't, it's not a big deal. Alright, let's try this. works. Okay, now I'm going to take this controller and I'm going to push the button, and now this controller is connected with this one. Let's go to the memory card. Good riddance. We have the freaking... Holy crap, we still have a save file, Tarzan, from 25, 26 years ago? Gosh darn. Gosh darn, man. two driver 2 files. And Spyro 3. And then we'll exit. Here's the CD player if I wanted to play. It's kind of neat if you ask me. But I probably won't do that for today. I'll do that another time. Alright, so I guess this is pretty much... Oh, you know why? Because I wanted to... I think what happens is that I wanted to extend the menu. But let me go do that while I was set up. So you're going to see that I'm actually using the RetroTink 5X to actually get this to work. So I'm going to see something and see what happens if I could do... Well, advanced resolution is not going to be worth it. Scaling. Nope. Alright, well, I could do that. It's just that I want to lower down. There you go, there's that one. Okay, yeah, that usually fits. Okay. Yep, alright. Motion. CRT. At 6x9, it does look stupid. Let's do fast. Turn it off. Turn it off. SUTV. We'll turn it off. That's just those sizes. Triple buffer. It's 4x3, 6x9. Alright, let's try Genlock. Okay. So now, I'm going to take this case right here, I'm going to cut it. So I'm going to take this case right here. I'm going to open this up. And sorry if this has taken a while. I just want to make sure that the game was set up and ready to go. And I also want to make sure that I have it to go. So now, it's time. The moment you've all been waiting for. Time to do the first ever Namco Museum Classic Collection for the PlayStation 1 in Japan. Or basically, as I like to call it, the Namco Museum Volume 1 through 6 Japanese Collection. I'm going to start. Let me get my hand over. We're going to start with this guy. Namco Museum Volume 1. Let me do this. So turn sideways. Gotta make sure I know where it is. There we go. Pull this out. And then you can see what's on the inside. There it is. Namco Museum Volume 1. And then it pretty much has all the games that are included in that volume. Which, if I remember, is the following. Let's see, you got Pac-Man. Or actually, you got Toy Pop, Rally X and New Rally X, Bosconian, Pac-Man, Galaga, and of course, Pole Position 1. So, I will close this binder up, making sure the M doesn't actually fall out. There we go. And now I'll turn down the light a little bit. Here we go. This is Namco Museum Volume 1 in Japanese. So you got Toy Pop right here. Rally X / New Rally X. Pac-Man. Bosconian. Galaga. And of course, Pole Position. Now again, I can't read Japanese, so I might have mislabeled the names, but you pretty much get the idea. But this is what the first one is. I know the last one is like a Rally X, but I think the smaller one is usually like Pac-Man or something like that. But that's yet to be seen. So, I will open this up. Making sure that this doesn't actually fall out. There we go. And this is what it looks like on the inside. Isn't that cool? It's actually like a really shiny Namco disc. Like, it's actually more shinier. It's actually more shinier than the one that I get from the American version. I mean, if you want a comparison, this is the American version of the copy, as you can see. And this is the Japanese copy. Pretty cool, huh? Alright. So, without further ado, I'm going to attempt to try to get this working. And the way that this exploit does is that you take... Let me close that up so this way I don't have dust inside the Japanese copy of Namco Museum Volume 1. Basically what I'm going to do is that I'll take this first disc, the American disc, or the US copy of this game, and then switch it with this disc, the Japanese version. But there's a little trick though, is that in order for this thing to work, I had to make sure that this thing gets through the boot load screen. And then what I had to do is that the moment that the PlayStation logo comes up, I had to switch from this disc to this disc. And then got to switch back to this, and then switch back to this. So this way, that if done right, I could technically get this game or actually I should do this. So I could technically get this game to load these files up and then get this game to work instead of this one, basically bypassing region lock. Now, the problem is that I could do this for volumes 1 through 5, but Encore, on the other hand, I could not do it. So I did try this 4 years ago, and no matter what I did with Encore game, I could not get it to work. So that's why I would probably need to get a Japanese PlayStation 1 console in order to play these games. So that's the only second thing with region lock at that time, but nowadays you could pretty much play this on an emulator, but it's better to get the physical copy if you really like these games, because believe me, these physical copies of these games, especially the Japanese one, are probably not going to be around for too long. I would say maybe 100, 200 years in the future. They're not going to be around for too long. These games are very old, and they could probably easily break in the near future if you don't take care of them, which is why the Japanese copy of this one and the American copy, I will always keep them in their original cases, and always make sure that they're out of direct sunlight, and always try to keep them away from moisture too if possible. If not, I would suggest putting them into electrical bags, which, funny enough, I actually put this case in an electrical bag. Because, personally, to be honest, this basement gets very, very warm. So, I'm just giving you a heads up just to say that this basement can get pretty warm during the summer, which, surprise, 5-6 years ago, it used to not be that way. But because of the amount of electronics that we have running in the basement, it gets pretty warm pretty fast. So, I'm going to turn on the light again, and you'll kind of see how the... Wait, did I? Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I kind of screwed it up. So, what I'm going to do, and I'll explain it again, I'm going to use this tool to press down on the little lever that's inside the PlayStation 1 console, which is the American one, and I'm going to be switching back and forth between this American console game of Namco Museum Volume 1 with a Japanese copy of the same game. So basically what you're doing is that you're taking this American copy and making sure that it gets through the boot screen in order to swap it through this one. If you swap it with this one too early, then the console is just going to boot to the menu screen as you see on the main screen right now. So what happens is if you don't do it right, you pretty much get this screen right here, and then you're going to have to do it all over again. I know, not fun, but that's pretty much how this works. So the way that the guy did it is that you kind of have to make sure that you have clearance to make sure you take the disc, but it kind of takes a little practice. So the idea is that you want to pop out this disc as fast as you can, and then take this out, and then put this in, and then just when the logo comes up, pop this out, and then take this one out, and then pop this disc out, put this one in, and then switch this to disc. And if you get it right, you should be able to get past the PlayStation logo screen and be able to boot this game up rather than this game. Otherwise, if you do it too early or too late, pretty much if you stay on the PlayStation logo, it's just going to soft lock. And then you got to do it all over again. Or it's just going to freeze on the PlayStation logo and it's not going to move. So, I'm going to try this out with those things, and then we'll get started. So let me make sure that I have everything ready. And of course, make sure my PlayStation controller is ready. So I'm going to use this tool. I'm going to use the disc, and let's get started. Now, joining with me, I actually have some food. So I have the spaghetti angel hair with sauce. I got my hot chocolate. Wow, is that loud? Holy crap. So sorry about that. So you got this hot chocolate. Wow, that spilled. There you go. So you got that hot chocolate. And I also got 2 cans of soda. Pretty much zero sugar, which is the Pepsi and the Coca-Cola. So I'm going to do is I'm going to take this tool and I'm going to fit it into the console. Which I'll increase this volume now. So I will kind of do it in a way like I did before. There we go. Press down. See? There we go. Let's press down. There we go. Now I'll move my microphone up here. And then I will make sure to move this screen over to here. And then I will move the chat window over to here. let's see. Sorry it's been taking like 2 hours just to get this to work, but a lot of times when you don't do streaming, there's always going to be some screw-ups. So now that I pretty much got that to work, now I will get ready to do the switching. So what I'll do is that I will restart the game. Oh, is the controller? Oh, I didn't charge the controller. I'm so stupid. Alright, well, if my DualSense controller doesn't work, I can always get like a, I could always get a DualShock 4 controller if necessary. So I will make sure this is connected. Make sure that's connected. Nope, I almost had it. There we go. Leave it as it is. So this way it's stayed on. And now I'm going to I'm going to turn this off actually. And I'm going to do the attempts, which I will want to make sure that I have everything moved around. So give me a few seconds and I'll try this out. Alright, there we go. I just had to shift the camera a little bit, so it should be working okay. There we go. Alright. This will be the first attempt. I'd be very surprised if Sorry, I'm trying to see. Okay, there we go. So, let's see if I could get this first attempt. I just want to make sure that I'm going to test it out first to make sure that the game is spinning first. So I'm going to try the American copy by itself, and then I will use the Japanese copy, and then do the swap. Okay, let me reset. Oh, hang on for a second. I think the gen log is not doing any of me favors. So I'm gonna go to triple buff. I'm gonna try that and see if that works. Because when you do it through gen log on RetroTing 5X, it kind of cuts the sound off. So if I do triple buffer, it'll give me a chance to not have that issue. Perfect. Okay. Okay, let's try it. I'm gonna use my right hand to try to do it and switch back and forth. There we go, that's 3. And then number 4. Alright, got it first try. Wow. Ooh, got it first try. Dang. Alright, so there you go. So yeah, there you go. That's how I actually get the Japanese copy to work on a American PlayStation 1 console. So yeah, that's always fun. Now I'm actually going to shut this down, so this way that you guys can see how this all works again, and go from there. Okay, so you can pretty much just stop spinning for gosh sakes. So yeah. Now, the best part about this is that considering I have not updated a console in a very long time, it actually simulates an actual CD disc laser reading that, surprisingly, even 25 years later, after we got this console, it still works. Surprise, surprise. So, we never touched a laser. We never did anything with it. And before you know it, boom. We actually got it to work. So, yay. That's always fun. But, before we start, let me go actually message one of my friends and see what's up with him. Let me move this microphone over to here. And let me see what's happening with my friend. And what is going on with his side. Let's see. Alright, responding to messages. Okay, so I do want to explain again for people. Let me go cut back to the scene. So I do want to explain to the people about this, is that this is the Namco Museum's 30th anniversary since the game originally came out on November 22nd, 1995. But now that it's November 23rd already, I guess you could say this is a post-anniversary. So for those that are like on the other side of the world, just remember this is like post-anniversary for it, but I mean, I digress. So, back in 2018, let me make sure that I get all my games set up again. I actually bought the Namco Museum Volume 1 game that I got from, I would say 2018, 2019, and I wanted to get this, so this way that I could actually do the exploit trick that I probably showed earlier. Pretty much it's kind of hard to do it, but I think there's an easier video of how to actually pull it off, so if you ever want to check it out yourself, you can. But what I did want to show, and I want to make sure that I have the discs and everything all back in, so give me a moment. But what I did get in 2021, and I'm actually grateful for it, although it's just that the outside of it is it's still pretty good. It's just that it has I don't know, it's just worn down, but it's still pretty good. This is the Namco Museum Classic Collection of the Japanese version of Namco Museum, which is called the Namco Games Chronicles, which basically just says Namco Museum Volumes 1 through 5 and Namco Museum Encore. Basically, it says exclusively for PlayStation 1, SLPS00765, with the trademark on the PlayStation logo. Basically, what this is that this was a Japan exclusive, basically like a all-in-one Namco Museum compilation package of every single Namco Museum released on a PlayStation 1, which is why on the side it says Namco Games Chronicle, which usually on the back here it didn't really say anything, but you may notice, why is there no little slip? Well, because I actually got it brand new when I got it from an eBay seller 4 years ago, and I actually had the slip on here for a little while until I realized that, the slip was kind of falling apart. It was like I was actually pulling this in and pulling it out, pulling it in and pulling it out. Or basically, as I simply say, I kept taking it in and out so many times that the slip would always just fall out. And I actually did try it with tape at one point just to hold it in, but I probably should have done it with glue, because if I did it with glue, it would make it better, but it would also ruin it. So, and then you probably notice why there's stains on here, and that's because I actually sprayed this with I actually cleaned this with like a wipe in Fantastic, and I did this with rubbing alcohol because I didn't want this thing to be all smelly, all dirty. But as you can pretty much see, there's some sort of residue on here. But I decided, you know what, let me just put this in an electronic bag, and to be honest, it's kept in the same condition ever since. So I used to leave this out for a little bit, for about 3 or 4 years, until I realized, I need to keep this in someplace else. I need to keep it in a better storage. So I would just put an electronic bag over it, which is used for hard disk drives, and then just store it away. But this is the real deal, and the reason why I wanted to get this is that I actually saw this online in an image from 7 years ago, and I wanted to get this. If you actually remember from the Extreme Review 101 days, when I actually posted the soundtrack 7 years ago, you probably remember that at one point in the Encore soundtrack, I did promise that I would get this thing someday. And guess what? In 2021, I actually did update the comments, and in 2024 as well, I finally got this thing. So I'm actually very pleased that I finally actually got this thing after so long. So, but the best part about it is that I slide this out, and there's this. Now, you might see a little bit of blue being reflected on here. That's just because of the RetroTing 5X, which I'm pretty sure you could look on an image of it online. But yeah, this is the front of the cover. This is the back of the cover. Pretty cool, huh? And if I open this up, this is what it looks like on the inside. Pretty cool, huh? You got Pac-Man on here, and you got Blinky over here. Now, I do want to mention that when I actually got this, so I'm going to move the microphone away from you for a little bit so this way you can see. There you go. So, what I wanted to say is that when you open this up, it reveals, and I want to make sure the left side doesn't fall out, because for some reason, letter M in the copyrighted symbol, the reserve symbol, apparently they just keep falling out. So it's like these two over here just continuously fall out. I have no idea why, but that's what you get when you buy a used. But here is the entire collection of Namco Museum's classic PlayStation 1 Japanese collection. Yeah, it's pretty cool. So it's pretty cool, eh? You get all 6 volumes, including the Encore one that for some reason doesn't work on my PlayStation 1 console, the US one, but it does on the Japanese Japanese console. And then over here is your memory card. Now, for a long time, I actually thought that this memory card, for some reason, I thought that this didn't fit. What it turns out is, it does fit. It's just that I didn't see this arrow right over here. I was putting it upside down, like this. I didn't realize it was supposed to be this. So it actually does work. It's just that I didn't realize it actually. I actually didn't realize that it actually did fit. Now, for my best guess, this is probably not the card that's used for it, because there was a special one for these a while back, but I don't know if this is the one that they actually used for the game. I don't really know if they actually used this for the Namco Museum, because I feel like they used a better, more specialized card for this one. So must have been somebody that like got this game, got this whole collection right here, but realized that the memory card that was used for it was like not put back into the same box. So it was like, well, I gotta put like a new memory card in here and go from there. So basically, there's this one. Now, if I remember for this excerpt, oh, did I just break this? Oh my. Oh, that just goes to show the first signs of wear and tear. Is that just goes to show that the wear and tear on here is yeah, it just goes to show that, again, this was bought very new, but as you can see, it's just been worn down. So I think it's just that it's been pressed on by like all the other stuff I have at the top, which is why it feels a little flimsy. But it's still pretty brand new. So that's why basically what this says is that it just says Namco, and then it just pretty much says this is the entire collection of all the Namco games that were released between 1995 up until 1997 October 3rd. And the best part about this is that if you look closely, you could actually see all the dates of the Japanese version of the Namco Museum Volumes 1 through 6, all release dates of each of the games, which is pretty cool. So that's why Volume 1, that's the date right there. November 22nd, 1995. And then on the other one, it says February 9th, 1996. Volume 3 is June 21st, 1996. Volume 4 is November 8th, 1996. The fifth volume being, February 28th, 1997. And then Encore, which funny enough would be the last volume, came out on October 30th, 1997. Which, if you want to know when October 30th is on in 2027, that is actually a Saturday. So November 22nd is on a Friday. February 9th, I believe, is on a Monday, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it's on a Monday. And then June 21st is actually on a Sunday. Surprise, surprise. That actually probably maybe Father's Day. Surprise, surprise. And then Volume 4, which is November 8th, is also on a Sunday. Oh, that's weird. That's weird. Oh, that's ironic. And then we go to 1997, where February 28th is also on the Sunday. Huh. And then 1997, October 3rd, which is on a Saturday. Pretty nifty, isn't it? So it just so happens that this date of this year, I'm just saying 2025, not like actually 1995, but it just goes to show, it really just goes to show that these games were pretty much released. I mean, it just goes to show that these games were pretty much released pretty much on a Friday or Tuesday. But if I actually go back to the original dates that they came out at that time, November 22nd was actually on a Wednesday. So today would have been a Thursday if you ask me. And then if I go February, it was February 8th, right? It was February 8th, right? So, yeah, February 9th, which was on a Friday, funny enough. Very interesting. And then if we go, let's see, June 21st, it was also on a Friday. So I guess that, I guess November 22nd was released on a Wednesday, surprise, surprise. I guess they probably wanted to get the game out there, and then they realized, hey, if we actually took our time, we could actually release it on a Friday instead. So February 9th of 1996 was a Friday. June 21st was on a Friday, right? Yep, June 21st. And then November 8th. November 8th was also on a Friday. Fun Good times. And then we go into February 28th, which also happened to be on Friday. And then all the way down in November on October 30th, which just so happens to be on a Thursday. So yeah, pretty much. So yeah, this is the entire collection of Namco Museum. Pretty cool, huh? Yeah, I know that blue is just reflecting from my other screen, but there you go. And then it came with this memory card right down here. And then it pretty much just says, like, you know, this is a collector's box of the Namco Games Chronicle. And then down below is like a free member card as a way for you to, like, I guess when you bought this whole thing at that time, like, each of these games probably would have costed like $20. So this whole collection probably would have been like maybe 80 yen. Or pretty much, I would probably say like 80 to like 100 yen at that time, or yen at that time. This is no ordinary, like, you collect all these games and then just, nothing. It's not like you collect all these games and then put them into a crate. This is like an actual collector's items. So I'm actually very grateful I got this, I actually got the Japanese version. I've yet to get the American version at some point, but since I have the games... since I have the emulation file games for the American and European releases, it's not very that important if you ask me. And I think the European probably, pretty much I think the European kind of shares very similar to the American release. Although, what's actually interesting about this is that if you actually look it up, the European release of, say, Namco Museum Volume 1, which we'll actually go into, the European release has the exact same cover on here as the Japanese one, although instead of white, it's actually more of a blue background, which is really cool, if you ask me. So, there's that to consider. But yes, we're going to be playing Namco Museum Volume 1 in Japanese, which, if I now close this up, there we go, and then a little bit of brightness. That's not a little bit of brightness. There we go. You got pretty much Pac-Man. Oh my gosh, it's so bright. What the freak? Why are you so bright? There we go. Okay, that's better. So you got Pac-Man. Oh no, I'm sorry. You got Toy Pop. You got Rally X / New Rally X. You got Pac-Man. You got Bosconian. Well, you got Bosconian. You got Pac-Man. You got Galaga. And then finally, pole position number 1. So all this inside one case. And then this is what it looks like on the back. So yeah, look at that. All the games. Pac-Man, Bosconian, Galaga, Rally X and New Rally X, Toy Pop, and of course, pole position. Now, what you may find on the bottom is that, yeah, even though it's one player, you can actually play, some of these games actually let you play 2 players. And on here, it actually mentions that, let's see. Oh yeah, probably, it takes 1 memory card. And pretty much it just takes a digital controller, which is why it says SLPH, oh my gosh, 00001. I mean, pretty much almost into like the 10,000 at that point. Almost into the 10,000 at that point. Holy, that's a large button number. But what's actually interesting is that Volume 2 actually introduces the Namco controller, which unfortunately I don't have, but basically it just you basically just kind of tilt it left and right. And in Namco 2, because Namco 2 actually has the predecessor to Pac-Man, which is Q2Q, and they actually released a controller, not just for the Namco controller, but they also released one where it's like a Pong controller, which is pretty cool if you ask me, if you wanted to do that. But I don't think I'm really going to do that, because I'm going to use the DualSense controller and just use the D-pad right over here. So that's the way not. Because I mean, you could use the analog sticks if you like, but I would prefer using the digital controls like these guys up here, because they're more applicable and they're a little less loose. They're kind of more strict. Whereas like if you use the analog sticks right here, it's just gonna feel like a little loose. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to take this Japanese. Actually, sorry. I'm going to be taking this American copy and then swapping discs between the Japanese copy and the American copy. So this is an actual exploit, and how I'm going to do this is that I use this little tool right here. This one I usually got it from my screwdriver set, but basically what you do is that I have this little point down here, push down on one of the disc spinning mechanisms, you know, like the little hook that actually pushes it down to close the lid, kind of like that. Oh, surprisingly, I mean, it's a little bit loose, but it just goes to show that this console's old. It probably must have been like pressed on by other stuff, but that's just me. So I have that working. So I'm going to open it, use this little thing, and I'm going to put it inside the console. Actually, that's actually a better mechanism than I had before. Hopefully it stays that way, because otherwise then it's like, well, if this thing flies a little bit off for it, then it's like, well, can't remove it. So I got the 2 soda cans, I got the spaghetti and sauce, and of course my hot chocolate. Nothing in it, it's pretty much just hot cocoa and that's it, because I don't want to buy the whipped cream or marshmallows. And then I'm using the Retro Tank 5X, and I got a remote here, and of course the DualSense controller with the cable. I mean, the cable might be disconnecting, but I don't think it really matters, because pretty much I'm going to be probably going to be charging it. But now that I connected to that one, I could technically just pretty much plug it into the I could probably plug it into the my USB charging device station and just do it that way. Yep, and now it's charging it. Perfect. So how this is going to work is that I'm going to be taking the American disc copy out with this one, and before I do so, I'll show you what's on the inside of what the disc looks like. And yeah, I know I've been spending like an hour and a half literally talking about this because I wanted to make sure that those who missed it can see it. This is what the American copy looks like. Pretty nice. And then this is what the Japanese looks like. Pretty nifty, right? And then if I take the disc out, very, very shiny. It's pretty cool. It's like it has that rainbow effect, which I absolutely love. But for some reason, the American copy for this one has the logo, the end logo, much, much smaller. So if I put these side to side, so if I put this over here, and I put this over here, and then just put these down, and then down right here. Here's your comparisons. See how I mean, don't get me wrong, the American one is pretty cool, but the Japanese one I think is pretty cool too. But you got to remember, notice how there's a rating system on the American version versus Japanese. This was before Japan had its own rating system for video games. So that's why while America had it, Japan wouldn't have the same rating system that in America or United States have until nearly 9 years later. So you can imagine that Japan, for a lot of times, when you had these discs, there was no rating system on it. It just is as it is. So that's why you probably see the PlayStation, but there's no rating system. So pretty cool. Pretty nifty, if you ask me. So I'm going to take this American disc. I'm going to start off with this one, and then swip between this one, and you will see on the screen here how I do it. So I had to wait just enough for this one to load through the BIOS system, the boot up screen for Sony Computer Entertainment, and then swap with this one just as the logo comes up, and then swap between this one, and then swap between this one. So basically what I'm trying to do is that I'm doing an exploit where I'm doing like a bypass region lock system, but the problem is that I've tried doing this with Namco Museum Encore Japanese disc, and I'm going to say this right now, it doesn't work. So no matter if I had this copy here with the Encore disc, it just does not work. So you'll see on screen, and I'm hoping to get a Japanese PlayStation 1 console someday in the future because I couldn't get one for today. I wish I had it like months back, but apparently because of the tariffs that United States and Donald Trump has put into it, well, now I had to pay like 3 times more for the money. But thankfully there are some sellers that actually do pay the customs and tariffs. It's just that not every one of them does. So now you could pretty much see the screen here, and as a test I'm going to make sure that the disc is actually running, because you just don't really know if it's going to work or not. So let's do a test run. All right. Perfect. Now I can reset. All right. Let's begin. And if I did this right, it should work. Works every time. The only thing though is that it kind of gets scratches on it, but I don't think that matters. But this console that I have now actually plays it like an actual loading CD player, which is pretty cool. There we go. And now, you got Namco Museum Volume 1 in Japanese. Pretty cool, huh? Okay, alright, so sorry about the lengthy thing, but we are now ready to get started with Namco Museum. Great, let's begin. Oh, I see. Excuse me. Well, excuse me. Well, the problem is, considering this game is from 1995, and the problem is, if I, let me lower the game volume so you could easily hear me. If, however, I actually play it with the analog controls... Oh, hang on. No. Oh, I could just press the buttons if I could. Alright, there we go. So I'll show you something, a little bit of a fun thing. So I'll be using this dual analog controller, and I'll be using it to kind of play the game on it and go from there. But the problem is, if I press this button and activate analog mode, pretty much the controls are disabled. Now, I do want to mention that I can press start, but the way that I select stuff is actually not the X button, it's actually the circle. So this is mono sound. This is stereo. Right. And then, here's all these games. So I got Pac-Man, Pole Position, New Rally X, Galaga, Bosconian, and Toy Pop. But we're probably... Now, if you want to activate the games from here, you can. So, let's say, I'll pull up, let's say Pac-Man. And this is how it starts. So this is just like, if you wanted to, Yeah, go ahead. I didn't activate the save feature anyway. Basically, what it was telling me is that there was no memory card to save. So it's like, do you want to continue without saving? I'm like, yeah, sure. And there you go. The game boots up right into the game itself without having to go into the museum mode. Pretty nifty, huh? But yeah, as you can see, pretty much all the ghosts there. I mean, Pinky is probably the only one that's remained the same name, but all the three other ghosts actually have the Japanese names for it, which is pretty interesting. But I'm not actually going to play through here, but if you wanted to do it through here, you could. And then skip the whole thing. And yes, for those interested, yes, these controls do work. And then if I press circle, there you go. This one just means, like, if I wanted to do it vertically, I could. I'll probably turn it off. This one, I think, if I remember correctly, I think this just, I think it just flips the, again, you gotta remember, I can't read Japanese, so I think this one, what it does is that it's supposed to, give you like an easy or harder mode, or like make it a little bit harder to get the points. So you got 5, you got 3, you got 1, then you got 2 lives, 3, 5, you got 2, you got 5, 3, 5, 2, 1, and you got 3, and then for your 1-ups, that would be like 1-time 1-up. So that's like 1-time 1-up. If you wanted to get it like 1 time, that's it. So there's that. Then you got 1,500 points, 10,000 points, which is the usual, and then you got 20,000, and then you just got 1-up. That's it for the entire game. So I'll keep it as that. This one just I guess probably just This one just does nothing. This one, I guess, just changes the controls, but usually you have this one that kind of changes the controls anyway. So you could just switch between this configuration and that configuration, but I'm just going to keep it as that one. Oh, you know what this is? This is like test mode. This is test mode, if I remember correctly. So if I turn it on, yeah, it's test mode. So you got your starter, you got that. There you go. And I believe this one, yeah, that one does it for, basically what it's just telling you is to be wary of making sure that you are taking safe precautions when you turn the CRTs over. And remember, CRTs were very heavy. So if you turn yours sideways, Namco is basically saying we are not responsible for what happens to you if you ever get injured. It's like taking a vending machine and putting it sideways. And then the game actually plays it sideways. Although if I were to do this, I probably would have to take this and then where's my, let's just flip vertically. Why am I, oh yeah, configure video. Configure crossbar. No, that's not what I want. Oh, here we go. So if I did this vertically, let me make sure I get this up. There we go. This is what it would look like. So now I'm going to take out a test mode. So that's turning it around. And now when I power it on, now when I play this, neat, right? So now it just looks like as if it's an actual arcade board, but the problem is that it's still a 4x3. So you pretty much have the middle of the screen. But if I really wanted to, I could technically make this a lot larger. And there you go. So technically I could simulate Tate or Tate mode on an actual console like this. And then when I go back, now I gotta shrink the screen. There we go. And then when I turn this back, now I basically Clockwise. Clockwise. There we go. Now you put this back to where it was. And there you go. Now it's full screen again. Pretty nifty, right? But I'm not going to mess around too much in here. So I'm going to make sure that the controls are set back to where it was. That's fine. In the museum. And it just tells me, it's like, well, unfortunately, Matthew, we couldn't save your file for Namco Museum Volume 1. Do you wish to continue? Basically, the A button is that if you actually had the Namco controller, that's pretty much where you would press the A button on the right side. But if you had the DualShock controller, which is the first DualShock controller, you just press the circle button. So there's that to consider. And the coolest part about all of this is that while I'm actually playing the game, I could actually see the disc inside of my console actually still spinning, which is pretty cool if you ask me. So it's like, if I even push that little button down on my NTSC PlayStation 1 console, I could actually see my console still spinning the disc as I'm loading this, which is pretty cool. Alright, so, without further ado, let me make sure I get the volume up just good enough. And without further ado, let us... Well, actually... well, you know what? We'll skip the... yeah, we'll skip the card for now. It's not like I'm gonna save any of these scores, and even if I do get them, it's not a big deal. Well, I guess actually... What? Let me just... I think I should be able to detect this, so let me... Oh, that's certainly felt. Put this in here. There we go. And then let me go into here. And then do a pole position. Okay, so it still doesn't have the same file. Okay, so actually not formatted, I see. Whoa, that's really weird. It's like my controller literally did a vibration there. That's so weird. Right. Wait. There we go. Let's begin. It's pretty cool how this console actually simulates the actual CD-ROM spinning, which is pretty cool. Alright. So here we are at the museum. Here's the door that we came from. And this is what the roof looks like. I don't know why there's a massive vent up there, but okay. So, the reason why I'm doing it in 4x3 is so it's to simulate what it would look like if you actually were to play this game on an actual console, which you would play this, So, the reason why I'm doing it 4x3 is that I'm actually using a physical console like the PlayStation 1, and it simulates what it would look like if you were to play this on a CRT. So, I've actually played this on a CRT, but the TV that my older brother has in his room is 60x9, so it would actually cause the picture quality to stretch to the screen. But I think but what I like about the RetroTink 2X and the 5X is that it retains the 4x3. So, as you can see, there are two windows in yeah, pretty much this is as far as we goes, because otherwise we would just be walking through the abyss. Now, at one point, when I was actually playing Namco Museum Volume 1, the English version, apparently when I exited one of the rooms, which is Toy Pop, all I basically saw was just that blue background right there. It was like, holy crow, the entire texture map just did not load properly, so it was like, ooh, that just looks very weird. And that's just only coming out of the Toy Pop section of the hall. So, we have this little lady right here, we have this young lady right here, which is the information lady, and this lady actually appears in all 6 of Namco Museum games, the museum part of it, but after Encore, you never see this lady again. It's actually kind of sad though, because this robot actually came out in the 1980s. That's how she actually started. She's actually a desk clerk in the Japanese company, so you'll probably see later all the photos for many of them, and if not, I could pretty much just show you them online through like some wiki, and you can pretty much see them. So in the bottom right corner, you could see that the character that I'm controlling is basically like Pac-Man. So I'm basically just controlling the character, and I'm using the D-pad, but I could also use the analog stick. Now if I press this, basically I can't use the analog stick anymore. Well, basically if I press this, now I just activated analog mode, and then if I press it off, now both my analog sticks and the D-pad both act as digital controls. So it's really cool. But basically what this does is that this basically turns into an analog controller, so that's why it has that. But when I turn it off, it becomes analogless. So I could use the analog stick, or I could use the digital D-pad. So basically I could go left, I could go right, I could go up, or I could go down. And then pretty much this one I could just go all the way around. It's pretty cool. But the thing is though is that you can only go in like 8 different directions, or 4 different directions. So that's pretty much what I'm going to say. Now, the second analog stick, when I move this, it does nothing. So, but if you were to play like Volume 2, this one would actually act as your like secondary pawn controller, along with the first one, which moves the paddles. This one would act as your secondary one for like Q to Q, which is really cool. But we're not to that volume yet, we're just sticking with number 1. So I just wanted to show you that sometimes I'll switch between these two. But yeah, this is what we start. And unfortunately, for me that is, we can't really exit this menu mode, because in order for this to happen, I had to restart the game, which requires taking out the copy of the disc and then putting in the American version in. So there's that. But yeah, we're basically playing the Pac-Man character, and we're basically playing from his point of view. So if you actually sit here, you'll pretty much just see him do like all these other emotions and facial reactions. But if you just stand here for like a minute or two, he'll actually fall asleep, which is really cute. It's pretty cute if you ask me. Yep, there he goes. There he goes. After like 2 or 3 minutes, he gets tired and then he falls asleep. That's pretty cute, if you ask me. I just want to make sure. There we go. Okay. Okay. Yep. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2. Okay, perfect. There we go. Alright. Gonna lower that. And I'm gonna do this one. And I'm gonna go into my sound settings. So I'm gonna turn off the one from here. So this way I can listen to this. Okay, actually, it's not bad. There we go. I'll make this like 0. And, here we go. Alright, let me turn this off. Alright. So now, I could actually, Alright, so now, when I actually push the D-pad, I actually wake him up. Alright, so the first thing you'll notice is that you'll hear this very, very subtle background music, and personally, it's one of my personal favorites of all time. And again, I only played Volume 3 when I was growing up, so I played the, I only played maybe Volume 3 when I was growing up, but when I actually played this, back in 2015, for both the American and Japanese version, I loved it. It's probably one of my, if not my favorite, background sounds of all time. And I do have it included in the soundtrack, but I will probably separate the soundtrack at some point. I mean, probably maybe like 2016, 2017, we'll have to see. Because again, I posted the soundtrack around 2017, 2018, so I would definitely say by the time that I get to Encore, pretty much that's when I'll post the soundtrack separately. So for those who wanted to listen to the song separately, they easily could. Alright, so you basically go into this entrance to the museum hall. You have the two windows over here. Excuse me. You have this door here, which is pretty nifty. And yes, you can walk backwards while you look up. It's pretty funny. And then you have the desk clerk. Now, if there's one thing I do mention, is that if you don't have the memory card plugged in, pretty much it'll just tell you that, pretty much she'll be like, well, if you don't have the memory card in, then you won't be able to save your progress. So, I would go up, but instead of pressing X, because X is actually to go back, triangle is to look up, and then you have the square button to do it. So yeah, I could actually press the square, I could actually press the triangle, and then look back down, and there she is. Let me just move over here. Let me move this a little bit further away, so this way I could speak. And now, I go forward, and now I press 6. Welcome guest. This is Namco Museum. Welcome guest to Namco Museum. We have 6 games that you could easily try out. And if you do have a memory card, you could actually register. So I could pretty much press yes. And now it will save. Oh. Probably tells me that I don't have a memory card. Oh, I see. It's like, would you like to register? Yes. We don't register a memory card. So, unfortunately, if you try to do this on American console, it just won't work. Alright, well, wasn't very necessary. But now... if I get it just right... it should read... This is basically just Namco Museum Hall. So, if I get it just right... So there's Namco. You can see right there. And then that should say Museum. But it's just that the problem with museum is that it looks like it's spelled M-U-S-U-M, so it's like musum. So that's just an error. Anyway, let's go in. So there you go. This is the Namco Museum Volume 1, and then there's a roof. Which is very funny because when I actually exited out, with Toy Pop right there, right over here, I basically came out and it was basically just a light blue color like this one, so it's like, oh, that doesn't look right, and I couldn't even figure out where the heck I was walking. So, to start off, you got Toy Pop, you got Bosconian, you got Rally X and New Rally X. It's hard to see the logo because the guy's face is so squished. I used to think that there was no man there, and then you would just see like the eyeballs right on top of there. But there is a man there, it's just that it's hard to see. Then you got Pac-Man. You got Galaga. You got pole position. And then finally, you got the Namco Museum Lounge. Oh, it also says Namco Museum Sound and Data Room, if you wanted to know. So this is like the lounge, Namco Museum Sound and Data Room too. So there's that one. Alright, so I'm going to take you a little bit through the tour. And then this says, okay, precipice to... It's kind of hard to read because, oh, passage to go a entrant. Yeah, passage to... Okay. Passage to go and... Yeah, passage to go and... Oh, passage to go and exit place is basically, I think, what it's trying to tell me. It's kind of hard to see because a lot of the letters are, like, very, like, close together. But it basically just says passage to go and exit place, which underneath it just says Namco. So basically, I would have to... Because I thought it said entrance for some reason, but if you tilt it just right, you can pretty much just read it as it is. It's just that the triangular dithering is what's causing the text to not work well. Also, I do want to mention to people that PlayStation 1, because it never had component, you could only do a composite, which is yellow, red, and white, S-Video, which is red, white, but also uses the S-Video cable, or you had to do RGB, which the one I'm doing is actually RGB, but what I'm doing is I'm taking a component cable, and I'm converting it into... I'm basically converting it... Basically, I'm taking the cable and I'm converting it to RGB, so I'm actually using the input-output of the audio-visual input and output, and I'm converting it from a RCA or component to an RGB. So, pretty cool. Pretty nifty, if you ask me. Alright, so let's start with Toypod. Now, I do want to mention is that this is the regular walking animation, but if I press X, I could actually have my character run. So, pretty nifty. So, it's almost like the X button is like your running animation, and then if I let go, that's the walking. And pretty much the L1, L2, R1, R2 buttons don't really do anything. Select button doesn't do much, but you got the start. And then second analog stick doesn't do anything, but the first analog stick and the D-pad does something. So, alright, let's go into Toy Pop. Let's go in. And then this is basically the info place, where pretty much you have all these papers. And it'll speed all the way down here. Then you got your projector for all the files. And then you got your how to plays right here. And then this is where the game room is. So basically, let me go all the way back here. And then let's go through each one of these. So you probably noticed when I back up, you'll hear the sound that sounds like this. So basically what that sound says is that Pac-Man is trying to tell you, hey, there's something that you could click here. So that's basically what it is. But instead of pressing X, I press circle. And now we load up the object that we want to look at. Alright, and then there's your other music for like looking at the item. But this is like this is like the main menu of the item. So, I mean, I'm kind of looking here because the screen is right over here, so that's why I'm not looking at the camera. But there's that one. And now, basically I have these controls. I have this left arrow, I have this right arrow, this magnifying glass, and then exit. And basically what the text is on there is that it says, advertisement poster from 1986. This is the flyer used to promote Toy Pop and was released in 1986. This is the flyer used for Toy Pop. So now if I shrink this, so you can pretty much see there's even a background here, which is pretty cool in my opinion. So I'm going to go back, and then start it up again. Now you probably see a little flicker on there. That's just the triple buffer. And for those who don't know, I use a Richard Ting 5X, so I'll actually show you to it on here. So when I actually go to so when I go to here, so I have motion adaptive, but I could always go to, let's see, so I go to H sampling, and processor. So when I go to OS HDMI, this is where I do it. So apparently frame lock doesn't happen on this console. I can only do triple buffer or gen lock. So that's why, if you probably are wondering, I go to HDMI and there's triple buffer right there. There's your reason why. So yeah, that's what it looks like when you have it in a game with the blue, but I don't really deal with that. So you can kind of see, yeah, you see the Neo Negcon. That's basically Namco's edition of the controller, which is why if you ever push the A button, which is a circle, you zoom in. When you press the X, it zooms out, and then when you press start, it's the exit. So there's the poster. If I wanted to, I could definitely zoom in. So this way you could actually read the text, see it up close. It's pretty nifty that Namco would actually save all this material. So now, unfortunately, I can't read Japanese, so for those who do know how to read Japanese, feel free to. But again, the thing is though is that the dithering is what caused, because this, again, this is a compressed image, so the amount of dithering that happens here is pretty apparent. But it just goes to show you just what this poster used to look like, and it's a pretty neat collection, if you ask me. So yeah, a very neat collection. And then the PCB, as I mentioned right there, it's over 93,000 yen, which is pretty much equivalent to, I would say like pretty close to like $80,000 to $85,000 in Japanese money in the 1980s. It's a pretty huge amount of money just to buy this game. And then you have your enemies and then your power-ups. Pretty nifty, huh? And then I zoom out. And then I press start. Now let's exit. moving on to the next one. Is it gonna load? Okay, there we go. Oh my gosh. Well, that took a little longer, but again, as you can see, there's a reason why when you're trying to load this game, you know, sometimes it takes a little while for it to load. But again, considering I don't really use these discs very often, it's not like I use them very often anyway. But yeah, there's that for this reason. But yeah, these are basically, these were basically phone cards. So they were like notebooks and then phone cards. So you could see pretty much in the top right corner is what you would use as a phone card, what you would basically use as like a journal or a notebook. And then below it was like a little pop-up card that you would place on like a counter, or you would use them as phone cards. Because you gotta remember, back in the 80s and before, not many landlines had the ability to save phone numbers. So you basically had to like have an entire drawer full of note cards, which is I mean, it's pretty apparent, but it actually just goes to show that I mean, it was a very convoluted system, but it just goes to show that that was the technology at the time when it was used. So there's that. So pretty nifty, I would say. So if you ever like to check this game on your own time, feel free to. Alright, let me go to the other one. You'll probably also notice that when I back away, he'll actually tilt down to look at the item, which is pretty nifty. And as I mentioned before, this is basically Toy Pop, but this is books. Yeah, pretty much more merchandise. So the one says front cover and the other one says back cover. Pretty nifty. Pretty nifty. Alright, let me move on. And there we go. So this is basically an instruction manual for how to play the game from 1986. Zoom in a little bit. I can zoom so far in. That's how zoomed in I could get. So pretty nifty. But when you zoom in so much, it does feel like it goes slow. So that's why the female character is Akka or Acha, and then you have the other one named Pino, or basically Pinocchio for short. And then that heart container is basically what opens this door right over here. Pretty nifty, if you ask me. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. And then pretty much what that box does is that when you run over it, it pretty much opens up like a mysterious item. Like, you don't really know what you're going to get. So you could either get a wheel, which would eventually be able to hit... when you use the wheel item like this, when you hit it, it will hit the car. But the thing is, though, is that it won't be able to get rid of the card man. So what happens is that now you gotta get this fire item to get rid of the card. And so that's why you can see down here, this pretty much just tells you which item can destroy what. So the wheel can destroy the car, the fire destroys the cards, The bombs destroy the tanks, which you gotta be very careful with the bombs, you'll see later, because if you accidentally plant something or throw the bomb, you could probably kill yourself if you're not careful. Lightning bolt for robots, pointy needles for the balloon, and then I guess hoop rings for the monkey. Now the problem is that the monkey, you don't really get to see that character until maybe like probably in the 40 level range. But yeah, very neat stuff. You can pretty much just look at this at your own time. If you ever played a game, or if you have a copy of this game, you can pretty much look at it at your own time. Pretty... Oh, there's even more. And here's the back of it. So if you get all 777s, you basically are invincible. If you get triple stars, you basically are like unstoppable with any power. But if you do get hit, you will be pretty much just white clothes, so you need a shield in order to survive again. But if you do get hit one more time, basically you lose a life. That's pretty much how this whole thing goes. So yeah. Go to this book. Oh, basically this is just like what is toy pop, and then pretty much when you press enter. Oh no, these are tips and tricks. Oh, okay, well, this is nifty. Oh, okay, these are like tips and tricks. So it's like, number 1 is like this, number 2 is be aware of the enemies, number 3, I guess the character you pick will determine how powerful your character is, and then you gotta be careful like the wizards that you could probably, if you do kill it, it will be 5,000 points. So, pretty nifty stuff. So basically what I'm gonna try to do is that this is gonna be like a 3-4 hour session. So I started this at around 12:40 in the morning. I will try to see if I could get up to like 1, 2, 3. I'll probably see if I could get up to like 3:40 or 4 o'clock in the morning. We'll have to see. But for some reason, the clock on my apparently the clock on my Liberty Wolf browser apparently just says like 6:30 in the morning, even though that's like 5 hours ahead of time. But that's just me. Anyway, here's the circuit board for the one that ran the Toy Pop arcade game in the first place. Very neat. Very, very neat. Alright, let me run it over to here. there you go. Okay, sorry about that. Was just responding to a friend of mine who's actually currently watching the stream, so cheers to you, man. Hopefully you're enjoying it just as much as I do. So, let me press the button again. I mean, as you can probably see, it's just that it just emulates the actual CD playing, so it's pretty nifty if you ask me. All the characters. Pretty nifty. I actually like the way that the text on either side of the yellow box has like a drop shadow, which is really cool. Yeah, the monkey with the symbols. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, I guess my controller died. Okay, now it's charging up. Perfect. There you go. So you got the robot. You got this crown. Oh, that's like the oh, that's the wall. There's present, red, blue. Basically where the enemies come out. Blue shirt, red shirt. Punching gloves. Piece of cake, I guess. Donut. I guess that's a piece of cake. I don't know what that is. And waffle, croissant, donut, candy, fork, oven, boot, candle, jar, I guess, and then heart, wizard, and then mage, and then Japanese text, and that's pretty much it. So yeah. And if you kind of notice, I'm actually kind of wearing a maroon, red, and a white shirt and a white hat, so it's actually pretty nifty that I'm wearing it. With black headphones, mind you. And then how to play. And then this pretty much shows you basically what the box is. Yeah, pretty much about Toy Pop, if you ask me. This is basically like, what is Toy Pop? And then a little bit of the history of when Toy Pop came out. Pretty nifty. Pretty nifty. Also, yeah, it does mention that this game is like 2 players, so that's why the female one you would play as second player, and the boy one you would play as first player, which is pretty neat. Alright, so now, without further ado, let's go right in. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's funny. The exit sign actually is like a toy box. I never even noticed that. That's so funny. It's so funny. It's quite funny if you think about it. And then as you know, you hear the game room theme. And there's Toy Pop right on the ground. There you go. And there's that one. Which that is actually a what they call a cocktail arcade cabinet. You'll probably listen to the soundtrack a little later, but I will pretty much just play the game. And yeah, I know it's not going to save, but who cares? Just check on the other ones. So basically, I would try my best to play the game to the best of my ability, but do be wise though that the disc will be loaded up a little slowly. But yeah, pretty much this is how it boots up. Pretty nifty stuff if you ask me. Let's begin. Ooh, the controls are pretty laggy. Oh. Yeah, this is what happens when you try to play wired or wireless. It just it lags a little bit. Oops. Just running right into it, of course. Oh, jeez. Nope. Oh. Yeah, okay, hang on. Let me have my character get killed, and then we'll start all over again. Let me make sure my character... Let me make sure my controller is actually working. Yeah, that was what a terrible start to that one. Oof. There you go. Alright, let's try this again. Now I have my controller wired, so hopefully this should help. It feels nice, but still feels a little laggy. But that's what you get when you're. Oh, pfft. Yeah. Oh my god, connect. What? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. You kidding me? Alright. Well, let me put this away, and then I'll just look at the controller. Oh, yeah, I don't know why the controller doesn't work. That's so stupid. Oh, man. I found it. Alright, I got it. Here we go, I found it. There we go. And then I will plug this one into here. Alright, so now I got this DualShock 4 controller working. So that should actually, there we go, help me out a little better. Alright, let's try it. Oh yeah, much more responsive. Oh. Alright, now the door's open. Alright, let's leave. Oh. Now if I get all 3 stars, I'm pretty much invincible. Oh gosh. That set me up for a trap. Oh. Wonder. Alright, let me see if I'm able to do that. Oh. Oh, I like it. Oh! Oh, nice! Oh, I'm just gonna run into everything. Oh, I like that. Oh, nice! And I can just run at the speed of sound. That's pretty cool. Oh, you stupid thing. Nice. Oh, that was pretty fun. I didn't realize that. That was pretty fun. There you go, 3 stars. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. Just as when I get the stars, boom, I just get hit. Not bad. J. And Jim dot. Alright, well that was pretty fun. Then you got all your switches. Oh, that would have been my switch for 5 lives. Oh well. Nothing. Test. Alright, let's move on. Let's get out of here. Let's run. Now, I'm pretty sure if you've ever seen the Namco Museum Volume 1 tour, it's pretty much the same thing. Alright, let's go to Bosconian. Which is probably one of my favorite ones that I've ever... Which is one of my favorite ones of all time. It's a... Well, not really my favorite of all time, but the one that's one of my favorites from Namco. Yeah, it's just that lag tends to be one of those issues, but I think that's just really from the capture card itself, or from the game itself. But that's just me. And yeah, this game is from 1981. Well, you know why? Because I have that I didn't do mini lag. That's why. Which I think it's okay. You just have to get used to it. It's probably one of my favorite ones. Ones that I kind of play on an emulator whenever I go to. Yeah, this is the one I usually play a lot whenever I do Volume 1. It's probably one of my few favorite games I used to like to play outside of Pac-Man. Now, I never had this game when I was growing up, but it just goes to show that... It just goes to show it's a favorite... One of the few favorites that I had from the... was it the Namco Plug and Play? And I never... At that time, I never heard of Bosconian, but then when I played it, I was like, you know what? It's actually a lot more fun than I thought. So So yeah, pretty neat. Pretty neat. Oh, forget to hit the freaking circle. Let's hit it. Yep, so pretty much there, that was the logo. And here's the wallpaper. Pretty neat, huh? Pretty neat. Tips and tricks for a lot of these guys. They're like, well, if you want to get extra points, you could hit the middle. For smaller points, you could always hit the outside. Oh, that's pretty much it. Okay, so this is the actual flyer for tips and tricks for how this game would actually work. Pretty nifty stuff. 3038. Oh, that's the year it takes place. Holy crow! Bosconia takes place in the year 3038. Dang, that's a long ways away. Oh no, wait. 3038? That's almost 1,002 years from now. Well, like what, near 2025? So 3035 would be 1,000 years. So technically, from where we are currently with 2025, Bosconia in the year 3038, that would be like 1,003 years. Interesting. You got all these guys. And then, if you want to do one player, it's 100 yen. If you want to do two players, it's 200 yen. Pretty nifty stuff. And then here are the circuit boards for the Bosconian. I do want to mention, since it's already 1:55, that I'm going to start to feel sleepy. So I would try to play these as much as I can. But yeah, this is pretty interesting stuff. So if you ever get like a ROM or ISO file of this game, or personally, I suggest getting the physical copy if you ask me. Pop this game into your console once in a while. You'd be very surprised that it's actually a lot of fun than people realize. But this is why I wish that Namco would go back to this, because it's such a really neat thing that I think a lot of people don't realize just how cool this actually is. Now, don't get me wrong, I play future Namco Museum games, but I I think the Namco Museum ones for the PS1 is pretty nifty, but somebody mentioned to me that these were niche and kind of like a nice little payment for it, but I don't think Namco nowadays would do it because most people could just emulate these old classics on an emulator, which is true, but, you know, a lot of times some of the arcade games probably can't easily be accessed because they're just too hard to find online. So, yeah, this is basically what is Bosconian. You can pretty much read it yourself. You could always pause the screen. I know there's probably going to be a video on demand for this one, so if you ever want to, you know, read what's on here, feel free to, and go from there. So, you know, there's that one. And then if I wanted to, pretty much go to the next page and then read it there. This is basically just, Bosconian was released in 1981, and the blast off at that time was a well-advanced voice command for pretty much this game. So, and log on too as well. You'll pretty much hear it when we get into the game, but at that time it was pretty advanced. To hear voices inside the game was a pretty nifty thing. Although, King and Balloon was actually one of the first back in 1980. So, but that game is on Encore. So, that one we're probably not going to get into until 2027, but that's yet to be seen. Unless this digital ID thing starts to be passed, and then it's like, well, can't really do these games now because no one's going to be on the internet to see them. So, that's going to suck. That's going to suck. And then all these characters here. I just want to see if there's... okay, that's better. Pretty much turns around. Pretty nifty. And then all the icons, all the enemies. Asteroids. Getting destroyed. Getting destroyed. Spaceship breaks. And then a little bullet. Pretty nifty. Ship. Without it. Without it. And whatever that icon is. And then when our ship dies. Alright, did we do it all? Alright, let's go inside of here. Now this is pretty cool. Such a pretty cool thing if you ask me. There's the ship goes. Now I've actually entered into this room, And at one point when I used to go right here, I actually used to exit into the exit door, which is very funny. Yeah, I used to go like this way in the direction, and I would accidentally exit the game room by accident, which is really funny. This is pretty nifty. I like it. I love looking at that green spaceship. It's just that they're stupid invisible walls you can't even go near. But this is such a really neat thing. And the nice part about this is that it just keeps spinning and spinning, which is really cool. And then, as always, you get this cocktail arcade cabinet, which is really cool. Probably gonna face the exit if you ask me. Alright, let's activate it. And don't worry too much about it. This pretty much just explains like what ship you destroy, what place you destroy that gets you points. That's pretty much what that shows you. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Sorry about that. Let's begin.
Locked off. Alive.
Nice.
Alive.
Now the best part about this is that I could actually hold it down and basically... Yeah, that's so weird. So my controller actually works better. It's so weird. I guess it's just that when you have it wired, it just responds better. Excuse me. Oops. Oops, ran into a mine as I tried to explode it. Excuse me.
I like.
Oh, oh my gosh.
Light
I'm
off.
getting hit by the bullets. I'm gonna have to try to play this again. Get a little better.
I like.
There we go, perfect.
Light off. I like.
And the best part of that, if I go down here, I basically just come back at the top, which is pretty nice. Oh my goodness. There's just so many enemies. Oh my gosh. Oh, yikes. Oh, that's it. Oh, I could just keep going? Oh, wow. Okay. So if I press the start fast enough, I could actually just keep going. That's for me. Oh. Never mind.
Light off. I like.
Alright, time to go for the other one. Now, I think you can only do, like, I think it's about, like, 3 continues until you're, like, fully game over. I don't remember.
I like.
But yeah, I just hold this button and then just move the analog stick and just go from there. Or the D-pad. Nice.
I like.
Nice.
Light off.
Oh, this one is my absolute favorite round.
I like.
This one is my absolute favorite round of all time. For boss gun. Just keep going straight up, and then just keep hitting the ships right in the middle. I love it.
I like.
Oh my gosh. Son of a gun.
Light off. I like.
Oh, pff. Oh, there's that one. Nice.
Light off.
I mean, technically you started with 4 lives, but then you have to use that 1 life just to start again.
I like.
Which is weird. So you don't actually get 5 lives, you get 4 right now. Unless you get the bonus, which suppose you gotta restart anyway. Nice.
Light off.
Oh, this one I actually hate.
I like.
Oh, they're just gonna shoot rockets out of there. Oh.
Light off. I like.
Ooh, that was too close.
I like.
Oh, gosh. That was too close to maneuver. Now, the reason why I kind of like these type of games is that this reminds me a lot of Asteroids. Oh. It reminds me a lot of Asteroids. I used to just play Asteroids on the PC all the time back in 2009. It was one of my favorite games I used to just pop open. Because I saw my, I think it was my older siblings and my dad play it. It was such a fun game. I was like, you know what, I'm gonna try it. And it was actually a lot of fun. Sure, yeah, it was like very basic graphics, but still, pretty fun game, even if it's very limiting.
I like.
I just wish a lot of games would just... Oops. Now I'm going to show you something a little bit funny, but kind of useless.
Light off.
I'll show you what I mean.
I like.
So, this is something you can actually do. I'll show you. Boom. You could just run it into it and it would just destroy the whole thing. That's always my favorite part. It's like, well, I used to just try to run into the enemy and it's like, well, frick it. I'm just gonna do it. Just frick it. Thanks.
I like.
And then, yes, before you say it, I could actually go over here and then go to the other side if I really want to. Whoa! Oh. That always gets me.
Alike.
These ships will never leave me alone. And sometimes you'll get battle formations. Oh my god, did I just get hit? Oh, son of a gun. Alright, well, I'm just gonna let the timer run out. There you go. Now again, I didn't really get a high score. It was just something for me to like play. It was really something for me to play with, but it's still a fun game. So whenever you get a chance to play it, just play it. So we'll go from there. Let's exit. Alright, so that was Bosconian. Now, onto Rally X. And those are keychains. Those are keychains. Alright, moving on. Let's go to here. Yeah, sorry, I was just watching something. But yeah, pretty much the last one though was like a little button for Rally X. And then for this one, it's these maps. Very colorful. Now again, some of these from Volume 1 pretty much are very similar to the English version of the game. So they're really not that different. Jeez, I really got the hiccups. Oh my gosh. Goes to show how much I stuff too much food. There you go. Courses. Entire thing for Rally X. Or New Rally X, I should call it. And don't worry, we'll actually play both Rally and New Rally X. So don't worry. Yeah, they sure saved a lot of Rally X stuff. Holy crow. I guess if they had that much side to side, they pretty much saved a lot of them, if you ask me. Yeah, they pretty much saved a lot of Rally X material. And Rally X was a game that came out months before Pac-Man did, which is really weird to think about it. Really weird. Let me move the camera here so this way it's more centered. Because I don't need to change the desk, it's already playing the Japanese version of the game. Go from there. Alright, let's go with this one. Flyer. Oh no, I'm sorry, that's not a flyer. Banner. And then we got the game overlay. Pretty nifty. Now, a little fun fact, when you actually played in television or ColecoVision games, or what was it called? When you used to actually play the Magnavox Odyssey, you actually had to put the covers right on the TV, which was a pretty nifty thing back in the day. And then there's apparel, which looked like this. So yeah. Basically, these were jackets or t-shirts that were sold a long time ago, but are no longer in sale. It's kind of interesting because the Rally X and New Rally X logo look completely different from one another, but they're pretty much still the same game. 1. Oh. Hopefully it didn't die on me, did it? That would be pretty disheartening if the game just died right then and there. Ooh, that's that's rough. Oh my. Alright, well. Let me turn it off. Let me put it back to here. Let's see what probably cost it. Oh, it still has center rings. Yeah. Hopefully it didn't cause permanent damage to the disc, because that would be truly awful. Considering I haven't pulled this game out in like, I don't know, like 3 years or so. Oof. Alright, well, in the meantime, I will be right back. And you'll just have to hear some microphone silence, and I'll try to see if I could wipe the disc down a little bit more, and I'll try to fix it. Yeah, because it's actually part of the disc itself, so it wouldn't like break down right then and there. But I'll be right back, guys. So just give me like maybe a couple minutes, and I'll get right back to you. So stand by. Okay, I'm back. Alright, so I basically cleaned the disc a little bit with rubbing alcohol and maybe a wipe. So we'll have to see how that goes. Yeah, I can't believe it froze on New Rally X because it used to work before. It's so weird. Oh. I think I might have screwed up. Oh. That was definitely one of those failed attempts. Oh boy. Wow. Very unfortunate. Gotta try it again. Okay, there we go. I got it again. I think what happened is that one of my tools that was supposed to press down on that button apparently just slid off just a little bit, and then it just just stopped working it altogether. Alright, back here again. I was pretty much doing New Rally X, so let's go see if this works this time. Okay. Yeah, sorry guys, I'm just like trying to respond to one of my friends that sends me messages. Alright, let's try this again and see if this works. I'll probably try to go slowly and see if that works. I'll have to see. Oh, it works so much better. Okay, there we go. Oh yeah, I guess if I position that tool in the right place, as well as, like, you know, clean the disc a little bit, it actually does help. Oh. Sometimes I tell people rubbing alcohol on disc can easily do wonders. And fun little fact, one of my older brothers and I had like a Garfield 2004 movie disc that used to be on Playable, used to stutter for quite some time. And so I was like, you know what, instead of having to go with a newer copy of the disc, I wanted to see online if there was a way to like fix it and such. So basically I did that, and before you know it, when I actually cleaned the disc, because I actually do have a recording of it for when I tried to attempt one before I cleaned it, and then I did one after it. So I'll probably maybe post it on somewhere, because again, it's not very like a full-length DVD edit, it's just more of like, this is what happened before I cleaned this, and this is what happened after it. So you could just pretty much see just why I just couldn't really do the recording when I did it that way. And then there would be like the after I cleaned the disc, and wow, it just played like new. You'd be very surprised, people, that rubbing alcohol does freaking wonders. But basically what I usually do is that I kind of wet the disc with like cold water, and then I basically smudged it with like a toilet paper, if I remember, and then just wiped it. But I think I wiped it with water about like I did it with water about 2 times, just to make sure. So I did it with a toilet paper, then I did it with a dry toilet paper, and then I put like a little bit of cold water on the top of the disc, and then pretty much got a washcloth, and I rubbed it. And then I was basically trying to find rubbing alcohol, but all I had in the cabinet was hydrogen peroxide, which I was like, there's no way you're going to make me use hydrogen peroxide on a freaking electronic. That would just ruin the whole electronic. Now, hydrogen peroxide could usually work for first aid and like bruises and cuts, but it's not something that I would use for electronics repair. That would just completely destroy it. Although I'd be curious to see if that would work. But yeah, pretty much what I'm showing you here is just like the 2 new courses that's included, and then pretty much the tips and tricks for how you would complete the game. So pretty much if you get the low fuel, pretty much you'll just double the amount of length you could go for. But you do want to get like the special S flags, and then eventually you want to be able to complete all the flags within a certain amount of time. So that's pretty much how this game works. But yeah, after I cleaned it with the disc, and pretty much after removing the tool, because apparently like if it starts to get loose, apparently it just stops working altogether. So it's like, well, gosh darn it. But it gave me a good idea to just like clean the disc just in case. So there's that to consider. I think there was like a 1981 film that my friend's talking about that he's trying to be like, you know, I had where people just had their heads explode. I'm like, I'm trying to remember because I remember, I think it was like Zappers, because I know there's Shocker that was Craven made in 1989, but that was not it. Sorry, let me go on here for a second because I think I had the video for it, so I might be able to find it in here. I think it was. It was promos. Here we go. It was. Oh, apparently I have all the. Oh wow! Apparently I had all the Call of Duties in here. Okay. I think what was it called? It was Evil Dead TV spot? No. I think it was like Brain Shock or something, Brainwave or something. I don't remember. But yeah, those are the PCBs for Rally X, and then here's the one for new Rally X. Very, very similar. They just had to like modify like one certain thing, and that was it. It's pretty nifty. Oh no, it was in movie trailers. That's what it was. But let me. I think I gotta do it this way. That was a nice crack on my elbow. This is pretty much what Rally X and new Rally X are about, what they are. And then pretty much the this game came out in 1981, although technically Rally X came out in 1980, and then the new Rally X came out in 1981. So there's that. Let's go to here. It wasn't the fun house. Let's look at. Oh, jeez. Why is. Oh. These two should not be here. These two should not be here. Okay. Pretty much choosing Turks. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to do a part 2 with this one because there's just so much to go through, and considering the friend I'm talking to is like just sometimes it could be distracting, but I mean, probably what I'll do is that if it gets to like 3:50 or 4 o'clock in the morning, I will pretty much just conclude the stream right there. And then I will come back tomorrow night, which will be probably 10, 11 at night. We'll have to see. But I think it's probably going to be like 11 p.m. tomorrow if I'm not able to finish this. But the thing is, though, is that it's probably going to be a 2-parter because there's just so much in this game that you could just read through, you could just look at. And the amount of playing time I have is like, it's just great. But if I'm able to get through all these games, which shouldn't take too long, because, again, the thing is that people have already done like walkthroughs of these ones, so It's not like, oh, I gotta go show you like each and every one of these over and over again. It's just, nah, it's okay. But yeah, see there, Rally X, new Rally X 1981. Technically I thought that Rally X came out in 1980, 1981, but I don't know. But I know new Rally X came out a year later. Rally X, I think, came out the same year as Pac-Man, so there's that to consider. We have pretty much all these icons. Oops. Oops, I guess I quit it before I even got to the other one, but that's okay. Alright, let me go back. No, I was actually right. Okay, well, I guess I ended it on the right one. Interesting. Did that one? Yeah. Okay, I pretty much did all these ones. Okay, let's go. There's Game Room, there's Rally X. Let's go. And there it is, Rally X. With the little smileys and such. And I think what I really like about this is that you could just see, you can pretty much just see on one side, which is Rally X, and then on the other side is new Rally X. Right? I can't tell sometimes. Okay, that's Rally X. Oh, okay, I see on the top. I see. Okay, that's new Rally X. It's kind of funny when you see this, it's like, there's new Rally X going by, and then there's these ones going on. Pretty neat. It's pretty neat if you ask me. But we're gonna start with the classic. Oh, you know what it was? It was Scanners. That's what it was. It was the movie Scanners. That's what it was. Yeah, it was called Scanners. I was gonna say, I was like, what was the movie that was called? Oh, yeah, Scanners. That's what it was. Okay, yeah, 1980. Whoa! Whoa! That was very close. Oh! Oh! Pff. Oh, that was so close. That was very good. It's just that you gotta keep your eye on the map over there. Oh, pff. I thought I could outrun them, but oh well. That was a weird one. I don't think I'm gonna get a bonus. Because I gotta survive in order to do it. Wow, he just passed right by me. That's funny. Oh. Oh, there goes that game. Oh, but you know what I was trying to think of? I was trying to think of the movie Scanners. I was like, what was the thing where it's like the guys' their heads are exploding? I think when they tried to do like a battle to see who was much smarter and who was more powerful. Oh, it was Scanners. That was the movie. So I was trying to figure out, was like, what was the one that, where it's like the two guys literally had the same powers and they were trying to see who could, like, retain that power without their heads exploding? That's what it was. Huh. I like that. That was pretty cool. Oh, this is a death trap. Oh! Wow! Holy crow, I actually got that flag. Wow, holy crow. Wow, holy crow. I actually got that flag. Darn. Dang, that was incredible. Holy crow. I just got it just as I, like, crash into the car. That's so funny. I keep spilling my drink over my shirt. Oh, pff. Oh, looks like I guess I'm distracted driving now. There's too many flags on there. Oh! Oh, I ran into a rock. Well, that was fun. And then there's all these switches. Is there like another number? Oh, that's it? Oh. Oh, that's That's very unfortunate. I only get 3 lives? That's baloney. That's baloney. You only get 3 lives and that's it. I guess the game is just so short that it's like there's really no point. Oh, it was scanners? Oh, yeah, Oh. Okay, yeah. Okay, I thought I knew. I was like, wait a minute. I don't think it was like exploding heads. I think I was thinking of a different one. But it wasn't scanners that was the first one I saw. I think it was the Chinese guy in a samurai outfit that was like his face was just like molding. It was like blowing air out of it, and it was like a one weird clip, but. If I do find it again, I will definitely share it with you. Okay, this is new Rowie X. Oh, I just found it already. It's like react to your stream there. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, the thing is though is that if I have to do a part 2 of this one, because you know sometimes when it's 2, 3 in the morning, and it is already like 2:59, 3 in the morning in my time zone. Like, if I do get to a point where I do feel tired, I will probably, you know, I would probably just go to bed and then do it the next day. Oh, I'm just... Man, the controls are a little bit wonky sometimes. But I feel like this one is a little bit easier. Fit again, but I can see where this goes. It's like, yeah, it's gonna be I think, to be honest, I mean, the clip that I was thinking of was not really Scanners. It was actually a different movie that I saw, but I can't remember, because I saw it back in 2008. Oh, I was just about to press the gas. But I saw it back in 2008 while I was looking up body inflation stuff, so I just can't really remember, because I know somebody like mentioned a movie of it, but it's been so long since I saw that clip, because I believe somebody actually did a remix of it, if I remember, long ago. And there's a song called Pump It Blow It, if anyone is curious as to find that song out. There's, yeah, I'm not joking you, that song exists. It's a fun one though, it's a really nice beat. So yeah, because I too had to do commissions, so I enjoy seeing a lot of Namco games. I mean, that's the thing though, is like, you know, I think it's just that with me writing the story, you know, it's not like I'm too distracted by it, because I'm just playing the game. So the whole point behind it is that, you know, I mean, you were kind of the one that just started commenting on it, and because you were just very concerned about the PC market, so oops. Oops. Well, there goes my chances of getting any extra points. Again, I haven't played these Namco games in such a long time, and yeah, I just haven't played these in a long time. I believe it was like 7... Oh. Well. Well, that was fun. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna go for it again, because why not? I always love it. Again, I'm using the D-pad for this, so that's why it's a little bit harder. You're like, oh, you suck at driving. It's like, well, if you haven't played these Namco games in like 7, 5, 10 years, it really wears down. Yeah. I think the last time I ever truly played this was back in 2018. So I haven't. I think it's just that with me, I just prefer to watch the Namco Museum tours that people have recorded, and you know, did the tours for those ones that watch those. So that's just me. I know somebody actually did like all Namco Museum 1 through 5, and I'm like, holy crap, dude. That must have lasted a good like 12 hours. So there's that one who actually did a Namco Museum tour for like I don't know why I turned, but that's me. But somebody actually did like every single Namco Museum US release from 1 all the way to 5, and they did it like back to back. I was like, holy crap, that's nuts. That's nuts. Because for me personally, I would rather do one at a time because it makes it feel more refreshing. Because otherwise, if you try to get through it all at once, it's just not gonna help you out in the long run. Yeah, sometimes it's just that I miss gaming when it's like usually simple something like this. But personally, in the near future, I will actually do me playing probably one of my favorite games of all time, which was the Classic Games for New Television. That one, besides Roller Coaster Tycoon, Intellivision Classic Games, or as I like to call it, Classic Games for New Television for the PlayStation 1, has always been one of my absolute favorites of all time. It just had the right amount of gameplay, and some of the games are pretty difficult, some again are not, but it just really goes to show that it's really just about fun. And that's what I kind of miss a lot with gaming, is that, oh, you don't need an account, oh, you don't need this. Just pop the game into the console and then boom, you're off to the races. It's not like, oh, I gotta worry about internet connection, oh, I gotta worry about making sure that I'm logged in, oh, I'm gonna have to, like, sit here for a little bit while my PC boots up. So, all that stuff. Oh, I got it done. Nice. Oh, there's my oh, I almost got a high score. Well, I could probably get a high score. But again, it's just that, since it's not gonna save my progress, it's not gonna be a big deal. Oh, wow, already. Oh, there you go. There you go, 1 up. Oh, press the freaking up button. I gotta really press. Oh my god, please. Oh, I just made myself go in a circle. Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, oh my goodness. I could understand why these controls suck. Oh, yeah. And I think what's happening is that my adapter that I'm using is probably causing the, yeah, 22,630. That's neat. That's not bad, but that score's not going to be saved anyway. Oh, I did not mean to press that. Yeah, you can see there's like a lot of lag, because I'm using a wireless controller, I'm trying to use the adapter, and when you have like the capture card plugged in, it's like, you know, it's tough. So yeah, there was that one. And then we just go to the exit. And then head on back. And now, we probably get to one of my personal favorite ones, which is Pac-Man. Or pretty much pole position. So there you go. Probably one of, if not my favorite, Namco franchise of all time. Although, technically, I think pole position, Dragon Spirit tends to be like an underrated favorite. But those games are pretty difficult. All those little stickers. There we go. Hide from fires in the internet, yeah. That's another very controversial topic, is that... Oh, there's napkins. There's like bibs or towels. Though it's kind of funny that they don't sell these. It's like, you would think that, considering how popular this franchise was this time, you would think that they would sell these more often, but I guess not. But yeah, the thing is with the World Wide Web, considered with the digital ID, age verification, and then people being assholes, it's just that what are you going to do with people? They're always going to be narcissistic. Some people are going to be nasty. Some people are going to be selfish. Other people are just going to be like, well, I only care about myself and nobody else. It's like, if that's the way you want to live, that's the way you want to live. But I'm just doing this just because I like to be sort of generous. But I think it's just that there has to be a limit to how much you can be generous. And just say, you know, this is going to be a one-time thing. It's not going to be forever. So I'm going to have to give you like one gift, and it's like Secret Santa type of thing. And then there's the Pac-Man book, and it just tells you just how popular like Pac-Man really was. Like, there's just so much merchandise in this one spot that it's like, it's not a shock to see why Pac-Man became the phenomenon it was 45 years ago. It truly is. And then here's a little pop-up card. And then underneath that is basically just like little cool cards, tips, and tricks, which I think is a pretty nifty thing to see. And then personally, my favorite poster of all. And, again, it's just interesting because in the American version, they actually include this. But at that time in the arcades, they didn't include them. But in Japan, they actually included this one, which is really funny. Yeah, the disc is actually working better. I guess it's just that the tool, I probably didn't have it pressed down too hard, so that's why it just wasn't running. But I guarantee you, when I get the Japanese console for PlayStation 1 Japanese console at some point, I hope to gosh that I won't have to use that tool again, because well, it is cool to see the disc spinning. It's just that it's not going to like cause this lid. It's going to cause the lid to like get stuck over time and just not be able to close. So, but yeah, this is pretty cool. Puckman. Yeah. It's from 1980. And here's this one. Here's this poster. Then you got the power pellet. And then if you're able to eat all 4 ghosts, you pretty much get like 1600. So this game I would definitely say is pretty much a lot of fun. So that's why I love it so much. Let's see. Anything behind me? No. Cool. Cool. Now these ones are just t-shirts, so it's like small, medium, large. And then go over here. You got these ones over here, so very neat if you ask me. Very, very neat. And it's like jackets and shirts. And you'll probably notice how each game room has like its own unique color. So Pac-Man is like yellow, Rally X is like purple, Bosconian is like green, and then Toy Pop is like purple. It's like a really neat feature that I wish that Bandai Namco or Namco would do more Namco Museum similar to like this, but instead they just like, oh, it's just games and that's it. I mean, even in the GameCube, PlayStation 3 era, pretty much they don't do this type of thing anymore. Because I'm guessing it's probably just going to be this. They pretty much just have the same games over and over again, so I can understand why they don't want to do these type of mazes again. But it's just really neat. It's just really neat, if you ask me. So pretty much all of these guys. Pretty much his death animation took like a lot of pieces. That's always interesting. And I like how they do the animations by like letters. It's very neat. Because I think doing it by letters is actually very neat, in my opinion. Though I'm not sure where the heck you get this. Though I'm not. I mean, you get all of those, but I'm not sure where you find this one. I really don't know where you find that one, but okay. Let's see what's behind us. Oh, forgot about the motherboard. There's that one. Alright, nice. Then those scalpers you get into the United States, yeah. Fuck the scalpers, as I say. But the weirdest part about it is that a lot of people 5 years ago were trying to buy 5 years ago, jeez, PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series consoles. 5 years ago, people were trying to get those consoles, but I mean, considering how expensive they were, like $400, $500 anyway, like, they were still pretty expensive consoles for not providing a lot of video games, if you ask me. So, and then they just constantly talked about ray tracing and all that stuff, so I was like, that's the only thing you're ever gonna offer? It really just felt like they only had... It really felt like they only had one talking point, and that was it. Here's a Hookman, a banner up top, and then here's the game, the arcade cabinet cover for pretty much the wrapper to fill in the screen, which is pretty neat because they actually show it on the they actually show it when you actually play the game. Which is pretty neat. But again, not all games are like that. So I think Pac-Man is like probably one of the few that actually does that, which is really neat. I like it when they have official artwork inside of the arcade game. That's pretty neat. And here's this. This just pretty much tells you how to play the game. I mean, we saw this one before, so it's not really that different. And then how much you want to play for one person, 100 yen, two for 200 yen. And then it just tells you, it's like, oh yeah, you could easily go to the other side and just escape if necessary. And this is just a back. Or basically just a pamphlet that was given out to players that pretty much would tell you how to play the game. And you get like 3 hours. Although technically, there is one that's like Miss Pac-Man Class of 1981, where if you enter in the secret combination, I think it was up, up, down, down, left, right, start. I believe you could easily activate the Pac-Man one. But what I like about that one is that you could pretty much just have the character speed up in the settings. Like, you could change it from normal to fast, and they'll just have the Miss Pac-Man and Pac-Man just like run through the maze like so quick. I'll have to show it to you guys someday. It's a really fun ROM ISO file, and it's probably one of my favorite arcade ones to this very day. And again, it said Class of 1981, which is why I would say, like, you know, it's probably a 2001 game, because again, Miss Pac-Man Galaga Class of 1981 is from the 2001. It's an arcade cabinet, which was pretty fun. And I used to see it a lot in restaurants, so it was a pretty fun thing. These are tips. Pretty much the same thing. Same thing. All that stuff. Alright. Now over here, how to play. this is what the Pac-Man is about, and then the history of it. I'll let this be on the screen for a little bit, so this way you could just look at it and read it. So, there you go. Alright, let's move on. And then this one probably has one of my favorite game rooms of all time, hands down. Alright, let's play the game. Alrighty. One of my favorites. Now this one I played a ton. Definitely. Yeah. Nice. Nice. Yeah, you could definitely tell which games I played the most versus the other Namco games I never did. Nice. I have... Oh, okay. I just wasted a power pellet. Whatever. I just wasted one. I'm stupid. Nice. Oh. I tried to press the up button and it did not register my controller. Yeah, that's what you get for trying to play wirelessly on it. Nice. Oh, never mind. No, I'm just screwing up. Nice. Nope. Nice. Nice. Yeah, definitely Pac-Man is the one game that I actually have a strong suit for. Hopefully this is okay. It just stopped spinning. Yeah, wow, oh my gosh, my disc just stopped spinning. Nice. Oh! Wow, that was like a three ghost trap. Yikers. Oh, I just trapped myself in there. Whoa. Oh, I'm stupid. But 2050 70, that's not bad. That is really not bad. Okay, yeah, the disc was oh yeah, that disc was not spinning. That was so weird. Yeah, that was so weird. It's like I didn't even see it spinning, it was just sitting there. That's so weird. That's such a weird feeling. It's like, you know, the game is just loaded so much that it's like, oh, I don't need to keep it spinning and spinning and spinning. Just let it sit there. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Yeah, so you could see, you can pretty much see why Pac-Man is like one of those games that I play a lot. And I mean a lot. But I can't say the same for the other ones. Alright, we're getting through them. Alright, just Galaga and pole position left. Which, I'm gonna be brutally honest, Galaga and pole position are not my strong suits. Pole position, I end up having the car go way too fast and just run into signs. But it's still a lot of fun, and I still enjoy it regardless. And I just dropped my controller. Yeah, this game, Galaga, not really my mom's favorite game either, but definitely the one I made her play Galaga Arrangement. So there's that. But she's played this before. My mom has actually played a lot of these ones before. So Pac-Man was 1980. This one is 1981, which is why you probably see the Miss Pac-Man and Galaga class of 1981 because both of them came out that year. Which is ironic considering Galaxian came out in 1979. And then here's the poster to promote whether you want to get it in an arcade cabinet or do you want to get it in a cocktail cabinet. So yeah, there you go. Looks very nice. Black and white, I see. Oh. Don't want to mess up one of my OBS layouts. So I'll show you again. This is a banner they used at the top. And this is the screen overlay. That was the name I was trying to figure out, but I couldn't remember. It happens. Oh jeez, it looked like you couldn't hear me, guys. Sorry about that. But yeah. I think it's just that for me, I just want you guys to care more about the game than me speaking. But that's okay. Going pretty good so far. Fun fact, Namco was unable to get the rights to Miss Pac-Man due to multiple disputes in the past. She got replaced by Pac-Mom along the other Pac family, the recent Pac-Man world. Oh yes, that too. But that's interesting she got replaced by Pac-Mom. That actually makes a lot, that's actually interesting. I knew about the Miss Pac-Man situation with 1981, but the thing is, so is that, the thing with Miss Pac-Man, I think it's just that it's very classic. And what's interesting is that when they made Miss Pac-Man Maze Madness, they actually included, Miss Pac-Man from 1981, which is really interesting. do. So basically, the previous page was like, what's Galaga, and this one is like, Galaga came out in 1981, blah 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 blah. So there you go. It's now part of the Namco Museum. There you go. Okay, I was gonna say was like, I swear to God, I thought I remember seeing this in Bosconian. I was like, I just looked at it. I was like, did I just get hit with Bosconian's like, like appearance? And then I realized, wait a minute. Oh, you know why? Cause, hang on, this is the same white icon that Bosconian used for the game. That's so weird. I was looking at this, I was like, am I in the right room? I felt like I was in Bosconia back again. I was like, oh no, that wouldn't be right. But no, Bosconia just borrowed the same ship as Galaga. That's interesting. I'm sure the enemies are different, but Bosconia is pretty much just an alternative version of Galaga. I wouldn't be surprised if Bosconia was made by the same devs who did Galaxian and such, which is really interesting. Oh, there's that ship that we saw from the, that looks very similar to Galaxian. Yep, that's 1, that's 5, that's 10, 20, 30, 50. Like, nobody ever gets past 50. And then there's that one. I'm sure if you actually look online, you can pretty much see what happens when you get to, like, the final level for, Galaga. So you pretty much can easily find out later. Alright, here we go. Oh, I made a mistake. Hang on. Let me go back. Hang on. There we go, Galaga. Game room is all the way back here. There's that one. Galaga, right there. Let me run back into this room again. I screwed that one up. Ooh. Man. Great to be back here again. Personally, I actually like this one, if you ask me. It's probably one of the few favorites I personally like, if you ask me. Probably one of the few favorites. Here's number 1. Here's number 3. Pretty neat. And then there's the solar system right there. Pretty neat. There you go. I could easily... one little fun fact is that if you wanted to skip the boot up, you could pretty much just press the circle button and just skip it, which is pretty neat. Alright, let's start it. God, I haven't played this in a long ass time. I haven't played this in a long time. The only time I could probably remember playing this was with my mom back in the late 2000s. Oh. Screwed up already? Wow, this is definitely not going to go far. Nice. I didn't see that firing thing. Again, you gotta remember the screen is so far away from where I am that gotta remember the screen is so far away from me that oh. Nice. Oh. Oh, I screwed up. Oh, that was so bad. That was so bad. Oh, nice. Oh. Well. There you go. Easy way to ruin your life. Easy way to lose a life. There you go, game over. Game over. What a way to go out. But I still got 20,801. 20,801. There you go. Then you got all your switches. Now I pretty much didn't show the switches for the Pac-Man one, which I'll probably be doing in like a part 2. So we'll have to wait and see. Wrong button. Alright, time to go to pole position. Probably one of the, my second favorite game of all time. I'm pretty sure my dad is like the same thing too. Pole position, the first one. And of course we get hit with this little wall. And here's the exit right here. Very funny. There you go. And here's a booklet that was sold years ago, no longer on sale. Oh, this is supposed to be a recipe. Oh, that's weird. I didn't realize what the heck I was looking at. Oh. It's like some sort of recipe. Interesting. And of course, the actual advertisement flyer for pole position. Alright, next one. I mean, it's like 3:45, 4 o'clock in the morning over here so far, but I should be able to get through these. Those are pop ones. They're like ones you can put on a little stand. Next one. And also, for those curious, there's nothing back here. And here's the 1983 poster. 1983? I thought this was 1981. Oh. I guess, probably the person that got the... Oh! Oh, you know why? Because they're like, oh yes, we got... They made the American one. They made the American version of this, like, 2 years later. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's a typo. That's funny. And then the good old-fashioned action seat. Doesn't that look comfortable? speeding to there. Circuit boards, kind of hard to see unfortunately. But another thing to mention is that in the future games, I think it's like volume number 3, they actually get to show you each part of the circuit board in like a diagram, which is pretty cool. But in the first 2 volumes, unfortunately, they don't do that. I was gonna say this, it's like, don't break on me. Oh yes, in the game overlays. Yep, here's the only game overlay of pole position. There you go. You could probably squeeze in the lounge and such, so we'll have to see. Click on this one. Okay, now they have the right year, 1982. Okay, I was gonna say, I was like, 1983? Where the heck did 1983 come from? Yeah, basically saying if you get a lap by this time, pretty much you're able to get to what's called pole position, which is why there's pole position 1 and number 2. So, there's that. And it's only one player, of course. And then there you go. Tips and tricks of how to play the game. I hear those arrow signs all the time. Fun times. Fun times. Gotta just go to the bathroom soon at some point. I'll have to see. What's pole position about? Even though I can't read Japanese, unfortunately. The history of it. Yep, at that time, it had give that illusion a 3D perspective in 1982. It's kind of weird though, because one of the posters said 1983, even though it should be, or 1981, even though it should be 1982. Like, the person who made one of the infos for one of the items to look at in this game apparently got the year wrong. 1983 was when Pole Position 2 came out, not number 1. But even I kind of forget, it's like, did Pole Position come out in 1981 or 1982? I always forget. I always forget. So it happens. Oh, that's cool. I can just hold down the button. That's funny. It's actually pretty cool if you think about it. God, squished. German colors A, B, C. There you go. Very simple game for a very fun time. Now, what's really interesting in the Japanese version of this game, they actually had actual advertisements. Whereas... Hold position... Isn't this the coolest thing ever? It feels fitting considering this will be the final game before we get into the lounge. Oh, now I feel like I don't have to go to the bathroom anymore. Whatever. Alright. To pole position. Oh man, I absolutely hate this course so much. I'm sorry to all of you people who like Namco pole position, but this course sucks. This course sucks so much. Oh, I got third? Okay. Okay. Oh my gosh, the frame rate just drops. The frame rate just drops right there. Oh. I don't care. That pod's gonna help me out anyway. Whoa. Nice. Oh god. Jeez. I feel like I'm gonna hit these cars at some point. Oh, I knew it. Oh, I knew it. Oh, fuck these cars. Fuck that car. Oh my god, that was in a terrible spot. Sometimes I think what happens is that they switch the controls from circle to X. So it's like, ay ay ay. Ay ay ay. Oh, you can switch it from 90 seconds, 100. Oh, there you go. Oh, there you go. You can switch right there. Neat. Alright, I know it's like past 4 o'clock, but I mean, at this point I just ended it right then and there, so that's cool. Alright, we're pretty much near the end of this anniversary stream. And I think in the near future, if I ever do another one of these, like 10 years down the road, we'll have to wait and see. Hopefully it'll be a lot more planned better, but that's yet to be seen. There's the lounge, which is Namco Museum Sound and Data Room, as it's called. And the first thing we're going to look at is this guy, Namco's official history. Oh yeah, pole position 2, 19. Oh yeah, I think that's what the guy got confused. Was he thought pole position 1 was 1983, even though it was 1982. But hey, I mean, sometimes you just feel like you just messed up the years. But there you go. Here's 1985, 1986. 1987. And then he started doing like baseball games apparently. $1989. $1990. 1991. 1992. 1993. 1994. And of course, Namco Museum 1995. Yep, see there? That's Namco Museum right at the bottom. 1995, the year I was born. I'm pretty much going to be as old as these guys. Even though I'm like 2 weeks older than these guys, so there's that. And then we got about 4 magazines. Here's what's considered to be the very first issue, although I'm still trying to find this one. I found the other ones, but we're still trying to find this one. Like, we have no idea what happened to this first issue, which is in Namco Gaming Magazine. This is supposed to be, if not one of the first ones they ever made, and we still can't find it. Personally, no one can find it. It's like lost media at this point. And it's supposed to be Xevious, which came out in 1982, I believe. Pretty neat cover for a first magazine one. Yeah, because we have number 2 and beyond. It's just that we haven't found the first one yet. I don't know why. Sometimes you could just stare at these magazines and just... Oh! I think I see somebody. There you go. There's your little puka. There's your little puka. There's your little puka. Pretty cute, huh? Then you got the cat, then you got Mappy, then you got Pac-Man, then you got that robot figure. Oh yeah, the freaking can opener one, of course. There you go. Namco Gaming Community Magazine was a magazine that ran from 1983 up until 1993. Wow, it ran for 10 years. That's incredible. It was then replaced by a different Namco Family magazine. Interesting that they would mention it in like the first volume of Namco Museum. It's very interesting. Very interesting. Here's number 4, which surprisingly this game never got into any. This game surprisingly never ended up in any Namco Museum game. I have no idea why. Because this is like a pretty rare game, if you ask me. It's like a pretty rare one. And I mean, this is like a pretty rare one, if you ask me. Because it's a bunch of these little creatures, and I'm like, I have no idea what these are, but okay. But it's interesting. Or it sounds like it. Oh yes, and then Get Plus. It's kind of weird because I thought that the green creature on this point right there, I thought those large round circular jelly things, I thought those were their eyes. I didn't realize the eyes were much lower than that. So yeah, for years I used to look at it wrong way from far away. Just interesting. And of course, Tower of Droga. And of course, the one that inspired the Super Mario Brothers game, which would be Pac-Land. A little more fun facts. And then I'll show you a little secret in a now loading game. Like if it takes very long to load a game, there's actually a little fun button that you could actually press that would actually cause Pac-Man to speed up if you kept pressing it. You'll see it later on. '85, nearly 40 years ago. And this one from 40 years ago, Moto, which this game Motos would never come to the United States or anywhere except Japan. 76 to 80. Wow. I think if I remember, I think the way to hide the menus was either the square button or like the select button, if I remember. There's a way to actually hide the menus, but I don't know if it ever happened in this game. I'll have to see. I think there was a way to do it. I guess there was no way to do it then. Interesting. Yeah, it's 1986. 1986. New game, Hopping Mappy. Oh yeah, so NG Community Magazine was retired in 1993 to make way for Nowers, which is still a weird title, but okay. Amazing Machine, amusement set machines. These ones were pretty weird. You have to die right then and there, disc? Alright, let me restart again for the third time in a row. Ay, 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 ay. Yeah, so sorry guys. It's like, I was literally gonna open a magazine and then poof. It just stops working. Don't you just love it when it's like you're trying to play a Japanese version and it's like, you're just trying to open up the magazine and then it's just, the game after like 2 hours just stops working altogether. You gotta love it. Gotta love it. There's your Galga. There's your birdie putt. There's your knocking down or punching down. And then your Rally X. Puckman and Tank Battalion. Galaxian and King and Balloon. Shoot game, shoot away. Clay, Clay Sis. Clay. I don't know what it says. And then Submarine. And then batting chance, and then pitching. Neat. And then when I press circle, you gotta make the character go fast. Isn't that neat? Oh, I actually made him leave right then and there. That's perfect. And then here's Namco Museum's official pieces. And then I do that again. I gotta do it a little bit quicker next time. 1955 to 1984. Huh. God, this one looks a little strange. Oh, these are cute. If I did it fast enough, I would probably be able to have it, like, face through. And then here's where we have our save files. Though I think at this point it probably would have been deleted because I was forced to restart the game, so all those scores I had before are pretty much gone. Oh, well, they're like, well, you don't have any data, so we can't really show them to you. Alright, let me try it again, just so you could see. Oh, I guess when I press any button, it just says like, well, we don't have any sub data, press circle, or any button to continue. Alright, well, I mean, if I had probably scores, I probably would have had them, but it just doesn't say them. But, I mean, if you had a memory card compatible with the console, I think you would have been able to do it. And of course, the box. It's like all your sound effects. Alright, pole position. And hopefully by 4:30 I should be able to get to the credits. And then be able to end it. Now the reason why I'm like going through all these guys and not playing them too much, because I mean, those are pretty much the same sound effects you could find in the US version if you ever look into it. I mean, those were voices that were pretty ahead of its technology at that time. So yeah, pretty wild. Pretty wild stuff. Alright, going through Rally X. Yeah, again, please don't fail me now. Now the nice thing about it is that you could do it with any kind of button. So you could do it with X, with square, with triangle. You could pretty much do it with any button. Face buttons on the DualShock controller. It's pretty neat. Here's new Rally X. Yeah, I just didn't bother to yeah, I didn't bother to hit any button just because at that point I didn't feel like it. There you go. Almost there, guys. Almost there. Yeah, it's just that I gotta get a dedicated console for the Japanese games. I can't really use my NTSC console just to do this, because then I gotta flip the different disc and all that shit. So it's like, it's just not worth it. I could damage the disc if you're not careful. There's actually a composed song of this one if you look it up. They just keep on looping and looping. Yep, as you saw right there, poof. Bosconian.
Lost all. Alive. 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 Lost. 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 Lost all. battle station, battle station, battle station. Spaceship sighted, spaceship
I'm just messing around, guys, that's all.
spaceship sighted. Condition lead. 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 Condition lead.
There you go. Got that to happen. And then hopefully Toy Pop, and then a museum. And then pretty much over for this one. Oh, it's already 4:30, but it's fine. Oh, didn't even get a chance to hit the button. At least Toy Pop doesn't have a lot of repeating, annoying effects. That's always good in my books. Oh, I forgot. I wasn't paying attention. It happens. And finally, my favorite one, the museum. And by the way, for those who want to know, on Extreme Review 101 channel and Super Fast Driver channel, this was the place that I actually got the music from. Was from this jukebox. But the thing is, though, is that these songs would just keep looping and repeating on and on forever. So what I did is that I used to record them, I think about like 4 or 5 minutes each one of them, and then just inserted my own fades. So whenever, I usually let them loop maybe like 2 or 3 times, and then go from there. So like these sounds, I usually let them loop like 2 or 3 times, and that's it. But for game room things, they only play them once. You'll hear that one later. That's intro. Pac-Man. Pole position. New Rally, Rally X. Galaga. Bosconian. Toy Pop. And then this one. And that's the intro. Yep, there you go. Got that to work. Nice. Well, it is time to see the credits. This entire roof with no roof. It's just a black ceiling. By the way, very funny. And by the way, these lights, they're just textures. They're not even actual lights. Namco. We will look at the place one more time. And we'll look at the credits one more time. And that's when I'll turn off the game. Well, it's that time, people, to call it a night. For those who joined, and especially you, Mr. Witterino, thank you all for being here. It's been a pleasure to actually play this game, but, I mean, this game, I kind of had to, like, clean it, and then I had to do this, like, 3 times in a row, because, halfway through the game, it just wouldn't load. And then I would just get to the one part after like playing this for like 2-3 hours each, and then all of a sudden it would be like, nope, the NTSC console is not going to load again. But I do want to say, this game right here, the front, the back. Sorry, I'm just looking over at the screen. And the inside. And now I could take this disc and lay this to rest. There it is, the Japanese version of Namco Museum Volume 1. Jeez, I screwed it up. And there it is, the Japanese version of Namco Museum Volume 1. And now, time for this to be put inside its box. That happens. Put the memory card back in here. Pass back in here. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh boy, oh boy. Everything's falling. There you go. And now, I shall put this game back into here. One volume down, 5 more to go. This one we probably won't play until February of 2026. This one probably until, let's see what it says. Yeah, until February 9th, June 21st. And then the fourth one will be, this one will be November 8th. And then letter O, February 28th of 2027. And then finally, if I ever get the actual Japanese console, this one's not going to be played until October 30th, 2027. But yet, this one is completed, which is the 6th one in this entire series. So 1 down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more to go. And now I shall close them up, hopefully without falling. But, you'll see, this one has the Dig Dug in it. How do I know? There's your answer. There it is. There's your Dig Dug. And it has pole position too, which I think a lot of people say that the Volume 3 is one of, if not their favorite ones, which, surprisingly, this was the one I remember playing growing up. But Volume 1, though, Volume 2, we never really got them. Which Volume 2, surprisingly, I think is a rare one. And then letter C and letter O tend to have, like, odd ones out. I think letter C and, letter C I think is the odd one out. Letter A is the one that's not very known well. But N, M, and, letter N and letter M, these two are one of the most common. O, C, A are, like, least common, and then R is and then Encore is definitely less common. But yeah, there you go. That's it for this collection. And then I put this memory card back right here. So this way I have it. Let me close this up. Hopefully without falling. Hopefully without knocking it over. There's Pac-Man and Ghost. Right up there. And now we close it. Namco Games Chronicle for the PlayStation 1. Back into the book it belongs. Not to be pulled out until 2 months later. There you go. Whew. Well, here are my little final thoughts with the Namco Museum's Volume 1 collection. I would say much like Volume 3, Volume 1 is probably one of my favorites of all time. Now, number 2 I think is like a very interesting one because Volume 2 for the Japanese version has Q2Q, which I actually played pinball, like actual pinball cabinets when I was younger, so when I noticed that Q2Q was on the Japanese version 10 years ago, I instantly played it and I loved it. Even though that, unfortunately, Q2Q and Bombi were not Tori Owata's most popular game was not very pinball, unfortunately, but Pac-Man. But hey, it was the start of it, so it helped him out. But considering it's 4:44 in the morning, I do like to say thank you all for joining the stream. I know it was very late for people that couldn't see it in America, but I don't know. I was thinking maybe I would need to do a part 2 for tomorrow, but since I finished it tonight, I do think that I was able to complete it, and thus I was able to show you Namco Museum Volume 1, which is the 30th anniversary of that game, 30th anniversary of Toy Story, and especially yesterday, 20th anniversary of the Xbox 360 console. And again, not many people outside of America or the United States would know about Xbox, and it completely flopped in other nations, but that's just because it's Japan. It's like, well, why do I want to play a console from the United States when I want to play console games from like the ones in Japan? So it made sense. But regardless, I do hope you enjoyed Namco Museum Volume 1, and now you know where I get the songs from. Now you can pretty much play it yourself whenever you like. But in my personal opinion, if you really like the Japanese or the American versions, I would absolutely get them physical if you ask me. But I'm going to tell you right now, 100 years from now, these are probably going to be pretty rare. And especially these ones, even though this one is, even though this one's been used for like 4 years and just left out to collect moisture and warmth down here, it's still a pretty good collection. The wrapper, I kind of put it into storage because I didn't want to ruin the wrapper, so I just folded it up and just put it in some tote that I don't remember where I put it. But regardless, if you ever find one of these, definitely buy these, but make sure you kind of save the tag for later if you're going to keep pulling this in and out all the time. Yeah, save that tag for later. Alright, without further ado, thank you guys for watching the stream. I'm Extreme 101, considering this is the first stream I'm ever doing for this channel, which I am also Superflash Driver, Classic Cartridge Poster 1080, and DJ MGM 1080, and Matthew John Marinelli. I do hope you enjoyed this stream as much as I did, and stay tuned for Namco Museum Volume 2. On Superflash Driver's channel, I am still working on the Tom and Jerry, Willy Wonka, and Chocolate Factory reverse videos for Superflash Driver, and then hopefully by December, I'll upload both the Saw 2 walkthrough and pretty much Willy Wonka one. I think it's just that the Saw 2 one, I think I've already figured out one part of the puzzle, but I want to be able to figure out the other two, so this way for you guys who wanted to play the Play Me Jigsaw Set Top Game DVD, if you want to buy that DVD for yourself for Saw 2, you would pretty much know the answers if you ask me. But I would suggest playing that game on a PlayStation 2 because, as you would see on the walkthrough, if you ever watched that live stream back in October 28th of this year, you pretty much saw how I was able to activate it via just pressing the 02 command. So the way that it works is that when you open the vault, you want to make sure you press 0 and then insert the number. Because if you don't do that, if you just try to insert a number, nothing's going to happen. So there's a little tip for those who want to know. That's why you always want to use the number pad. So if you're probably going to do it on a computer, I would suggest activating the numpad itself on the keyboard and then just typing like 02 because, again, that's how I used to do numbers. I was like, wait a minute, I remember doing this. Oh yeah, I had to do 02 because, remember, it's very old technology from 24 years ago. So you need to input the key the full way rather than the short way. Usually nowadays we just press the 2 button and the computer would recognize it. But at that time, you had to type in the full digit. Yeah, it's annoying, but that's how it used to be. But regardless, I do hope that you guys enjoyed Namco Museum Volume 1 as much as I did. In about 2 months, I think on February, what was it, like February 9th or something? Let me read it again. Sometimes I forget. Let's see, what was it? It was, February 9th. February 9th, I believe, is on a Sunday in 2026, so that should be good. But we will have to wait and see how that goes. So let me see. Oh no, February 9th is a Monday. Ooh, that's not going to be good, considering Monday's like one of the few busy days of the year, if you ask me. But regardless, I do hope you enjoyed the stream as much as I did, repeating so many times. And stay tuned for future live streams. But if you excuse me, it's already 4:49, 4:50 in the morning. I got to go to bed, I got to go sleep, and end the stream. So thank you guys for watching. Make sure, if you like to, you feel free to subscribe to this channel if you want to or not. Like or dislike the video, your choice. But I would wholeheartedly want to comment and tell me your nostalgic experiences, your memories of playing Namco Museum, whether the PlayStation ones or the other ones. And of course, I mean, to be honest, I got distracted with this one, but it's just that trying to use a NTSC US console to play Japanese games, it's probably just not suitable for me, if you ask me. I really had to get like a Japanese PlayStation 1 at some point because I don't want to keep using the United States PlayStation 1 console when it's better to just get the Japanese one for myself and go from there. And yeah, I know you probably hear me passing gas, but that just tells me I need to go to the bathroom. But I will get to it in a second. But whew. Regardless, guys, thank you all for listening. Thank you all for watching. And until then, to Namco Museum especially, hope you had a lovely 30th anniversary on November 22nd, 1995. I knew I should have done this earlier, maybe like last night, but again, I was so tired from the DJing. I was so bummed out that our Thanksgiving mini DJ gig was canceled, and they were like December 5th. I was like, Melinda, you can't do this to me. you gotta at least let us be able to, DJ for December 19th. So I think in the future we're probably just going to, probably in the future it's gonna be like June 2026 or December 2026 or something like that in the future if this keeps up. But we'll have to see. Anyway, guys, thank you for watching the first part, and if you'd like to watch the VOD, feel free to, but usually it starts around at the 30-minute mark when it comes to it, because I was trying to make sure that I got the food ready, the drinks ready, and especially making sure I got this, as well as the US version of Namco Museum Volume 1. And yes, I will use this again to try to load up Volume 2 if I can't get the PlayStation 2 game, but hopefully by then in January, February, I'll be able to get an actual Japanese PlayStation 2 game instead of having to use this one, and hopefully not wear down the laser or the button, or probably even like scratch these discs going on, because these things are fragile, by the way, if you don't take care of them, or if you like tamper with them or destroy them. So they are pretty fragile, so I don't want them broken. But regardless, thank you all for listening. I'm Matthew John, also known as Superfast Driver, Extreme Reviewer 101, Classic Art Poser 1080, DJ MJ 1080, a multitude of nicknames from Madman to Ketchup Man to Roller Coaster Dragon Maker and Monster Lover, also known as yours truly, Extreme Reviewer 101 or ER101 for short, aka Matthew John or Matthew John Marinawi. Take care, guys. I gotta go to sleep, and I'll see you all in the next stream. Peace, good night, and to Namco Museum. Hope you had a wonderful 30th anniversary, and we'll play them again with Volume 2 on February 9th of 2026. Take care.